Chapter 1826. This sword was like the might of the heavens. The might of this sword had also surpassed the limits of the dark star rank, reaching the level of threatening the bright moon rank. It was enough to cause one's expression to change. Heart and sword as one could not increase the direct offensive power of Chu Mu's sword technique. It only made his sword faster and more nimble. However, the evil dragon hall's great elder was hit by the puppet breaking light. His unbreakable puppet body was weakened by 30%, and his reaction speed was also affected. Under waning moon, the great elder was immediately imprisoned. The incomparably sharp sword light slashed down, and the originally unbreakable puppet body was directly broken. One sword 15 pierced through the unbreakable puppet body. Although he did not feel any pain from being injured, the evil dragon hall's great elder was shocked. He had spent over 1,000 years, countless energy and resources, and endured great pain to finally cultivate the unbreakable puppet body. This allowed him to be in an undefeatable position within the dark star rank. However, it was actually broken now. The unbreakable puppet body that he was so proud of was finally broken. In that moment of panic and loss, he almost drowned his mind. Therefore, even without the heart sword as one, he was completely unable to resist the sword that was like the wrath of the heavens. Heaven's might sword style. The ultimate sword light slashed down. The unbreakable puppet body of the evil dragon hall's great elder was already covered in cracks like a porcelain doll. Then it shattered. The tyrannical power rushed to his head. Just as it was about to shatter his origin spirit, the evil dragon hall's great elder's shattered body suddenly erupted with a terrifying power, causing Chu Mu's expression to change. He hastily executed the 6 paths sword style to defend himself. Then, he executed the lonely peak forever. Then, he executed the combination of shadowless phantom and sword chi image, quickly retreating. An intense explosion rang out, causing one's ears to ring. A terrifying black light carried an incomparably shocking dark power, spreading out in all directions. It was as ferocious as a tide. Layers of dark waves spread out in all directions. Everywhere they passed, the ground shattered and turned into dust. In an instant, the dark power engulfed an area of several thousand meters, destroying everything and turning it into nothingness. Within the darkness, a black light soared into the sky. It tore through the void and pierced through it. It was so fast that there was no time to chase after it. It disappeared. That was the origin spirit of the evil dragon hall's great elder. The explosion of black light disappeared, revealing a huge crater that was hundreds of meters wide and tens of meters deep. It was a ghastly sight. There was nothing in the huge pit. The evil dragon hall's first elder's spatial ring had disappeared. His mid-rank spirit sword, the evil dragon sword, had also disappeared. It couldn't be helped. The power of the explosion was too powerful, especially at the center of the explosion. The power was enough to severely injure a bright moon sword saint who was on full defense. Therefore, the space at the center of the explosion was torn apart, and the interspatial ring and the evil dragon sword might have entered the spatial crack and disappeared. Chu Mu couldn't help feeling regretful. That was the spatial ring of the evil dragon hall's great elder. There must be a lot of treasures inside, especially the evil dragon sword. That was a middle-rank spirit sword. Its value was extraordinary. However, being able to sense it in advance and retreat in time without being affected by the explosion could be considered a blessing. This battle immediately caused Chu Mu's reputation to rise a step further, pushing him to a shocking height. He left the other 6 stars far behind. They were not on the same level at all. The 6 stars were indeed very powerful. However, would they dare to go against a powerful faction like the evil dragon hall without any backing? Even if they dared, they had the ability to make the evil dragon hall suffer losses again and again. The first time, it was the 2 hall masters, a few extraordinary geniuses, and 9 evil dragon secret guards. The second time, it was the 18 evil dragon secret guards, a third elder, and 2 unknown experts. The third time, it was the evil dragon hall's first elder. It had to be said that the losses of the evil dragon hall were enough to make them go crazy. Everyone, please return. The auction will continue. Chu Mu used his movement technique and quickly returned to the Ironwing camp. He returned to the high platform and said, "I'm very sorry, everyone. The middle rank evil dragon sword is gone. These 2 will still be auctioned." Friendly laughter rang out from below. This battle allowed them to see how powerful Chu Mu was. Many people had the thought that even if they couldn't befriend him, they couldn't become enemies with him. The best way was to befriend Chu Mu. That person just now bid 2 bottles of 4 image transformation pills and 2 bottles of ancient sage breaking pills. Are there any higher bids? If there aren't any, then the first evil dragon sword will belong to this person, Chu Mu said. Of course there are. Other than 2 bottles of 4 image transformation pills and 2 bottles of ancient sage breaking pills, I will also bid a drop of ancient sage treasure blood. A voice rang out. It was the bright moon sword saint of the Slaughter Blood Hall. Ancient sage treasure blood. When the other experts heard this, they were shocked. It was obvious that this ancient sage treasure blood was very powerful. That's right, ancient sage treasure blood was a treasure that only the Slaughter Blood Hall had. Other than the higher-ups of the Slaughter Blood Hall, no one else knew where ancient sage treasure blood came from. However, they all knew that ancient sage treasure blood was the best treasure for those who cultivated the Saint Body Tao. It could maximize the potential of those who cultivated the Saint Body Tao and strengthen their Saint Body. This ancient sage treasure blood is a treasure that only my Slaughter Blood Hall has. The effect of 1 drop of ancient sage treasure blood is better than 10 ancient sage breaking pills. Also, the ancient sage treasure blood can stimulate the potential of the Saint Body. As for how much is stimulated, it is directly related to the potential of the Saint Body. Also, there are no side effects. The bright moon sword saint of the Slaughter Blood Hall said. Chu Mu was tempted when he heard this. Ancient sage treasure blood. It was an extremely rare treasure for body refinement. As soon as the bright moon sword saint of the Slaughter Blood Hall bid, he directly suppressed all the other bids. No one else dared to bid. Although the value of 1 drop of ancient sage treasure blood couldn't be compared to the evil dragon sword, it was far more valuable with 4 bottles of pills. The bright moon sword saint of the Slaughter Blood Hall clearly wanted to befriend Chu Mu by doing this. In the end, the first evil dragon sword was sold for 2 bottles of 4 image energy transformation pills, 2 bottles of ancient sage breaking pills, and 1 drop of ancient sage treasure blood. Next, it was time for the second evil dragon sword. This was the last evil dragon sword. If one wanted it, they would have to kill the evil dragon palace's first palace master. Therefore, the competition was a bit more intense. Of course, this was also to befriend Chu Mu. After a round of bidding, the last evil dragon sword was bought by the bright moon sword saint of the Zhanlong Hall. He wasn't the idiot dark star sword saint who threatened Chu Mu. Instead, he bought the sword with 2 bottles of 4 image energy transformation pills, 2 bottles of ancient sage breaking pills, and 1 dragon origin pill. 1 dragon origin pill. Although it sounded ordinary, it wasn't. The dragon origin pill was a specialty of the Zhanlong Hall, just like the ancient sage treasure blood of the Slaughter Blood Hall. The ancient sage treasure blood's auxiliary effect was to refine the Saint Body, and its main effect was to stimulate the Saint Body's potential. The main effect of the dragon origin pill was that, after consuming it, one's origin energy would be quickly replenished for a period of time. According to the description of the game, it was equivalent to having a blue bottle that automatically replenished one's origin energy. Although it wasn't limitless, once one's origin energy was depleted, the dragon origin pill would immediately be released to replenish it with a thought. It would allow one's origin energy to be constantly replenished during battle, which had a huge impact on the battle. The amount of yuan qi released by a single dragon yuan pill was equivalent to 20 times the amount of yuan qi of an ordinary 9-star saint. Moreover, this was something that one could control. If one wanted to recover, they could do so within a short period of time without any side effects. If one did not want to recover, they could recover slowly. It didn't matter if it was a dark star sword saint, a bright moon sword saint, or a bright sun sword saint. Although they were far more powerful than ordinary peak 9-star saint level masters, their origin energy was also equivalent to peak 9-star saint level masters. It was just that the quality of their origin energy was a few times higher. In other words, the Dragon Origin Pill was equally effective for the top 3 combat powers. In addition, the Dragon Origin Pill had another small effect. After consuming it, even if one didn't use it, it would release traces of pure origin energy and gradually increase the user's cultivation. The efficiency was equivalent to the user's cultivation. Moreover, the Dragon Origin Pill would automatically absorb the origin energy of the heavens and earth to replenish one's energy. This meant that even if one didn't use the Dragon Origin Pill, one could still cultivate all day. When Chumu found out about this, he was stunned. The effect of the Dragon Origin Pill was too heaven-defying. Originally, he had the Dragon-Devouring Jade Pendant, but it was a pity that the Dragon-Devouring Jade Pendant was only equivalent to the cultivation speed of a peak 6-star saint. Now that Chumu's cultivation was at the late stage of the 8th sky of the immemorial realm, the Dragon-Devouring Jade Pendant was no longer of any help to him. Fortunately, a Dragon Origin Pill came. Although it was called a pill, it was also a treasure. Not only could it assist in cultivation, it was also not outdated. It could allow him to use it until the peak of the 9th sky of the immemorial realm. Moreover, if he encountered a high-intensity battle, once his sword origin ran out, he could immediately recover. Chumu compared it. The quality of his divine desolate sword origin was extremely high, but his cultivation was far from the peak of the 9th sky of the immemorial realm. A Dragon Origin Pill was enough for him to recover his sword origin dozens of times. Everyone, this auction has come to an end. Thank you for your attendance. If there is a chance in the future, I will inform you again. Chumu laughed. When the crowd heard his words, they also burst into laughter. They could all understand the meaning behind Chumu's words. If they killed another expert of the Evil Dragon Palace and obtained the Evil Dragon Sword, they might auction it again. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. Chumu said. Soon after, he used his movement technique and transformed into an illusory figure. Without a sound, he instantly distanced himself. The experts also left one after another. Zheng Taijun hurriedly sent people to spread the news that Chumu had left the Iron Wing camp and his whereabouts were unknown. This way, the risk of the Iron Wing camp would be reduced further. Chapter 1827. A simple and crude auction was held in the Iron Wing camp as scheduled. Although there was an unforeseen event, it didn't affect the auction negatively. Instead, it made the auction even more intense, and Chumu's gains were even greater. Chumu had gained a lot in terms of reputation and substance. It could be said that he had returned from a fruitful trip. Sitting in the shuttle, Chumu focused on the Dragon Origin Elixir while driving. After careful inspection, he confirmed that the Dragon Origin Elixir had not been tampered with, as if it had been consumed. Different from other pills, the Dragon Yuan pill didn't melt in his mouth. It didn't even show any signs of melting. Instead, it directly slid into Chumu's body and into his stomach. The Dragon Origin Elixir finally stopped above Chumu's dantian and rotated clockwise. Every time it rotated, it would release a wisp of pure yuanqi into Chumu's dantian. At the same time, the essence of the world around Chumu's body was drawn into his body and absorbed by the Dragon Origin Elixir. As long as Chumu did not take the initiative to use the Dragon Origin Elixir to recover his sword origin, the Dragon Origin Elixir would exist forever. Of course, if he took the initiative to stimulate the power of the Dragon Origin Elixir to recover his Sword Origin, the consumed Sword Origin would not be replenished. This was an irreversible process. Otherwise, the Dragon Origin Elixir would become more important. Chu Mu smiled as he felt the speed at which the essence of the world was being absorbed and the pure Yuanqi released by the Dragon Origin Elixir. It was the same as his usual cultivation speed, which was the cultivation speed of the late 8th sky of the immemorial realm. The cultivation time was 5 or 6 times longer than usual. 4 bottles of 4-image energy conversion pills should be enough for me to reach the peak of the 8th firmament of immemorial realm. However, I'm still far from reaching the 9th firmament of immemorial realm. 4 bottles of ancient saint breakthrough pills should be enough for my saint body to reach the peak of the 6th firmament of immemorial realm. At that time, I'll take the ancient saint treasure blood and raise my saint body to the 7th firmament of immemorial realm. Chu Mu had a clear plan in mind. Once Huang Xiaolong's cultivation reached the peak of the 8th level of the Wangu realm and his saint physique reached the 7th level, his strength would skyrocket. By then, he would be able to fight against a bright moon sword saint. Perhaps before I leave the land of exile and return to the deep blue world, not only can I raise my Yuan Qi cultivation to the peak of Aeon 9th heaven, but my divine body cultivation can also be greatly improved, Chu Mu thought to himself. His heart was filled with excitement. If his cultivation base reached the peak of the Aeon 9th heavenly layer and his saint physique reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, he might be able to fight against a peerless expert. The most important thing right now is to find a safe place to refine the elixir and increase my strength. The flying shuttle flew rapidly across the vast and dry land. In the distance, a figure was flying at a low altitude. The probability of a spatial crack appearing at a low altitude was lower and the strength of the crack wasn't that high. Experts who had reached the strength of the 3 major combat classes were fearless. However, those who were below the 3 major combat classes still had to obediently travel on the ground. As for the high altitude, not to mention the 3 major combat classes, even experts like the 7 kings wouldn't dare to fly at will unless they had no other choice. Even so, flying at a low altitude was a challenge for the experts of the 3 major combat classes. They wouldn't do it under normal circumstances. They would only do it in an emergency. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of the figure. However, he did not dodge it at all. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. The powerful black sword light turned into a sharp claw. With a swipe, the claw tore the spatial crack apart. He was hurrying on his way. All the obstacles in front of him were all destroyed by his sword. This person was the evil Dragon Hall's first palace master, Gu Xingdao. He was in a hurry to rush to the Iron Wing camp to kill Chu Mu. He was in a hurry and was afraid that Chu Mu would escape. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use his energy and fly at a low altitude. He didn't hesitate to use his energy to destroy all the spatial cracks in front of him. His spiritual energy spread out, covering an area of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, Gu Xingdao paused in the air. His eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light and killing intent. He instantly changed direction and his speed increased by several times. He was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. He was very aggressive. As he slashed out with his sword, an evil dragon roar resounded. A huge claw reached out from the void. It was pitch black and wisps of black smoke curled under the claw. It soared into the sky and filled the air. It was like the claw of an evil dragon from hell. Under the claw was a flying shuttle. Chu Mu was inside the shuttle. The huge, evil dragon claw wanted to crush the flying shuttle and destroy it. Inside the flying shuttle, Chu Mu felt a strong sense of danger. Under his spiritual energy, he immediately felt a huge, smoke-filled, pitch-black dragon claw coming at him. The power it contained was almost suffocating. His expression changed. Chu Mu immediately left his seat and opened the door of the flying shuttle. He turned into a shadow and instantly floated out from the gap between the dragon claw. In the next breath, the pitch-black dragon claw grabbed the 10-meter-long flying shuttle and exerted force. The outer shell, which was tough enough to withstand the full power attack of a Peak 9 Star Saint, was as fragile as paper under the pitch-black dragon claw. Ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out. Under the pitch-black evil dragon's claws, the sturdy flying shuttle twisted, collapsed, cracked, and then shattered into pieces. Under the terrifying power of the evil dragon's claws, it was shattered into pieces. Just as Chu Mu paused, a pitch-black sword light tore through the sky like a crescent moon and slashed down. The black moonlight caused Chu Mu's mind to go into a daze for a moment. Instantly waking up, Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. He immediately used Sword Chi Shadow and shattered the afterimage. At this time, Chu Mu finally saw the person who had attacked. It was a tall, middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. His sideburns were gray and his eyes were cold. There was not a trace of emotion in them. There was only an extremely cold, killing intent that chilled to the bone. Chu Mu had never seen this person before, but that did not stop him from guessing his identity. The familiar-looking evil dragon sword in his hand, the sword technique evil dragon claws, and the tyrannical strength all revealed his identity. The evil dragon hall's first palace master, Gu Xingdao. This was a bright moon sword saint. Moreover, he was a veteran bright moon sword saint. Just from his 2 attacks, one could tell that his strength was extremely terrifying. He was many times stronger than the evil dragon hall's first elder. Silver god equipment, armor. Demon fighter bracers, activate. Sword domain, activate. Heart and sword as one, realm of emptiness. In an instant, Chu Mu's strength increased once again. His perception of his surroundings increased by more than 10 times. Gu Xingdao turned into a black light and instantly appeared in front of Chu Mu. The evil dragon sword slashed down with endless might. The black light condensed and destroyed everything. The might of this sword was unstoppable. Solitary peak sword technique. Solitary peak lasts forever. It was like a solitary peak that stood tall on the ground, eternal and indestructible. When the sword slashed down, it was like a sword of darkness and destruction. It directly slashed down on the solitary peak, causing a loud explosion. Cracks appeared on the solitary peak and quickly spread out. However, it still managed to slightly resist the sword of darkness and destruction. Borrowing the power of the slash, Chu Mu quickly retreated. After a portion of the powerful force was neutralized, there was still a portion that continued to attack him. It caused Chu Mu's arms to tremble and become sore and numb. This sword made Chu Mu even more aware of the obvious difference in strength between the two of them. Unless Chu Mu could use the Sword God's Descent or the Divine Wilderness Origin Restoration, there was no way he could resist the difference between the Peak of the Dark Star level and the Bright Moon level. However, the Divine Desolation Origin Returning technique required time, and the Ancient Blade wouldn't give Chu Mu this time. Moreover, although the Sword God's Descent technique was only used for an instant after the fight with the Great Elder, the Sword God's Descent technique's power that hadn't recovered much was used up again. In other words, the current Chu Mu could not fight against Gu Xingdao at all. It was true that fighting with a powerhouse was of great benefit to one's improvement, but one had to know how to act according to one's ability. Challenging a powerhouse who was obviously much stronger than oneself and had a strong killing intent towards oneself was not a wise choice. Run. Without any hesitation, using the might of Gu Xingdao's powerful slash, Chu Mu quickly retreated. His speed was extremely fast. He used the phantom dragon body and turned into a shadow. Without a sound, he quickly left. Phantom dragon body. Gu Xingdao coldly snorted. His figure flashed as if he could teleport. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and quickly caught up with Chu Mu. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Chu Mu had no choice but to use his sword light. The meteor-like sword light tore through the sky and turned into a meteor shower of swords that attacked densely. Gu Xingdao waved his evil dragon sword and a black sword light cut through the meteor shower of swords. It directly shattered the meteor shower of swords and pierced through the rising moon. The absolute difference in strength made the effect of techniques weak. There was not much difference in strength between Bright Moon Sword Saint. However, there was a clear difference in combat technique. Gu Xingdao was an experienced Bright Moon Sword Saint, and he was a terrifying expert that was second only to the peak of the Bright Moon Sword Saint. Even in a super force like the Zhan Longhouse, there were very few experts who could defeat Gu Xingdao. There were only 2 or 3 of them. Without stopping, Gu Xingdao unsheathed his sword. A horrifying huge dark evil dragon that was more than 100 meters long appeared. Its entire body was covered in black smoke. Thick smoke billowed as if it had come from a battlefield in hell. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. A ball of black light gathered in its huge mouth and turned into a pitch-black crescent moon. The light of the crescent moon sprinkled down, and everything in the surroundings seemed to become dreamy and blurry. Chu Mu's mind was instantly affected, and he was in a trance for a moment. The pitch-black crescent moon suddenly fell down. Chapter 1828. This sword was another sword technique created by the Evil Dragon Hall's first palace master, Gu Xingdao. As the sword struck out, a black crescent moon fell, emitting a unique aura that affected the surrounding space and affected one's mind. Even with Chu Mu's powerful mind and firm will, he was affected in an instant and became dazed. To experts, a moment of daze was enough to be fatal. The terrifying black crescent moon contained shocking power. As it fell, one strike was enough to take his life. At this critical moment, Chu Mu was clear-headed. He did not panic and raised his sword. Moon-severing art's 6th art, waning moon. The crescent moon hung in the sky, its deep white radiance illuminating everything. An area of time was instantly frozen. Even if it was only for an instant, the black crescent moon still slashed down with terrifying might. However, Chu Mu managed to buy an instant for himself to escape. Gu Xingdao was slightly surprised. He originally thought that even if his sword could not kill Chu Mu, it could at least injure him. He did not expect that it could not injure him at all. You are indeed a heaven-defying monster. Unfortunately, you should not have made an enemy of my evil dragon hall, Gu Xingdao said, implying that Chu Mu must die. Indeed, if one was not at the Bright Moon Realm, no one could guarantee that they could escape safely from the pursuit of a powerful Bright Moon Sword Saint. From the looks of it, the probability of Chu Mu being killed by Gu Xingdao was very high. For a moment, Chu Mu did not know what to do to escape. He could only erupt with all his strength, perfectly combining the power of sword origin and physical strength. He also used the vibration art to shake all his muscles, pushing his body forward and using the phantom dragon body. Only then could he barely maintain a certain distance from Gu Xingdao. However, the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Gu Xingdao also continuously attacked with his sword, using powerful sword techniques to attack Chu Mu. Kill! Kill! After making up his mind, Chu Mu also rose into the air. This was the first time he flew in the air after entering the land of exile. However, Chu Mu would never forget that feeling. It was just flying at a low altitude. With Chu Mu's strength, even if he encountered a spatial crack, he would be able to react quickly. Under the state of heart and sword as one, Chu Mu could clearly capture any danger that appeared within a 5-meter radius. Then, he would react, shatter, or evade it. One fled with all his might, while the other chased with all his might. The two figures flew past each other at an altitude of 10 meters. Who is that? I don't know. It's so fast. He's actually flying in the air. He's simply courting death. You'd better shut up. Judging from their speed and the aura they're emitting, they're definitely experts of the top 3 in terms of battle prowess. Don't get yourself into trouble. As soon as they heard the three words, three great powers, the group of people was shocked and fell silent. Experts of the three great combat powers were existences that they had to look up to in their entire life. Any one of them could easily wipe them all out with a casual strike. With a respectful gaze, he looked in the direction where the two figures had left, not daring to say anything. As he flew at a low altitude at full speed, Chu Mu's mind turned rapidly. Do I have to use the sword essence? Chu Mu thought to himself. After this period of time, the ordinary sword essence had successfully transformed into a brand new sword essence. The aura of the transformed sword essence was extremely shocking. Its destructive power was at least 10 times that of the eternal sword essence. Chu Mu estimated that if he used the brand new sword essence, his strength would be enough to contend with the ancient saber. However, the brand new sword essence was too little. Moreover, although the trace of ultimate destructive power was weak, it had not been completely consumed. It still had a terrifying destructive power. Therefore, even if Chu Mu used the brand new sword essence, he could only use it a few times. At that time, the sword essence would be destroyed by the terrifying ultimate destructive power and collapse. As for the eternal sword essence, although it was undamaged, it could not be compared with the brand new sword essence in terms of destructive power. After all, the brand new sword essence was born for destruction. It's not to the point of no return. I won't use the sword essence first. Then, the second method is to fly at high altitudes. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he came up with a very bold idea. Flying at high altitudes was 100 times more dangerous than flying at low altitude. Any spatial crack had fatal dangers. If one was not careful, even the 7 kings could be killed. Therefore, if he chose to fly at high altitudes, Chu Mu would have to bear a great risk. Of course, the evil Dragon Hall's first palace master, Ancient Saber, would also have to bear a great risk. I have the realm of silence and the heart as one with the sword. My perception of everything around me has increased by dozens of times. This is definitely where my advantage lies, Chu Mu thought to himself. Soon after, he made his decision. Flying at high altitude. With a boom, he instantly flew diagonally upward. His speed was so fast that Ancient Saber, who was chasing behind him, was stunned. Flying at high altitudes. Ancient Saber sneered. You're courting death. As his voice fell, Ancient Saber unsheathed his sword. The evil dragon sword slashed out, turning into countless pitch-black sword light. They were like crescent moons as they bombarded Chu Mu. Chu Mu's figure flickered, spreading out like smoke. He had used the essence of the ghost dragon perplexing track and the ghost dragon shadowless body. Combined with sword chi, he dodged Ancient Saber's sword. Even if we're high altitudes, I won't let you go. Ancient Saber saw that Chu Mu had dodged his sword light and was flying at high altitudes. He was worried that Chu Mu would escape, so he also followed. Flying at high altitudes was extremely dangerous, but it did not mean certain death. If one was lucky enough or had enough ability, they might be able to survive. However, under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to take such a risk. Chu Mu wanted to escape, while Ancient Saber wanted to kill Chu Mu. The two of them chose one after the other and soared into the sky. With the realm of tranquility and the heart sword as one, Chu Mu's control of his surroundings was extremely precise. Even the slightest fluctuation could not escape his perception. As soon as a spatial crack appeared, Chu Mu immediately noticed it. Chu Mu immediately dodged. At high altitudes, the space gave people a feeling that it was very unstable and weak. It was as if it would be affected or even torn apart if one used too much strength. In a state of absolute calmness, Chu Mu was as precise as a robot. However, the danger at high altitudes was too great, so he had to reduce his speed. Similarly, Ancient Saber would also reduce his speed. Otherwise, he might be swallowed up by the spatial crack before he could catch up. Ancient Saber did not have the realm of tranquility and the heart sword as one state. Although his perception was very strong, it was still much weaker than Chu Mu's. This scene was seen by another group of people, and they were all dumbfounded. They could not imagine who would be so fierce as to dare to fly at high altitude. It was simply like an ordinary person dancing on the tip of a blade. He was hovering on the edge of death. It was very likely that he would step into a bottomless abyss, consigned to eternal damnation, and not even his bones would remain. His perception was raised to the extreme, and his spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. Even his primordial spirit was somewhat affected. I can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous, Chu Mu thought to himself. He was trying to find a suitable time to escape from the sky. It would be best if he could shake off Ancient Saber, who was constantly chasing after him. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to be chased by a bright moon sword saint. Ancient Saber's eyes were extremely cold. His killing intent was so dense that it almost materialized. He locked onto Chu Mu. Once again, he slashed out with the evil dragon sword. Immediately, black slashes appeared in the space under the sword. This was a phenomenon that occurred when the space was not stable enough. The black sword light was like a crescent moon. It slashed out and directly tore the void apart, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. As soon as the black sword light entered Chu Mu's perception range, he immediately dodged. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared beside him. Chu Mu dodged again. He narrowly avoided it, but he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Dangerous, it was too dangerous. If one was affected by a spatial crack, there were usually two possibilities. The first was to die on the spot, and the second was to be swallowed by the spatial crack. As for where one would go after being swallowed by the spatial crack, it was unknown. Perhaps one would die in the spatial crack. Perhaps one would not die, but one would continue to drift. Perhaps if one was lucky enough, one would appear in another spatial crack in another place. Everything was full of variables. No one could be sure. Ancient Saber's speed suddenly increased and approached Chu Mu. After Chu Mu sensed it, he also increased his speed and maintained a distance from Ancient Saber. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Ancient Saber thought. He was incomparably furious. Killing a Dark Star Sword Saint was actually so difficult. This made him gradually lose his patience. His anger soared to the heavens, intertwining with his killing intent. He poured his energy into the evil dragon sword. The evil dragon sword suddenly trembled. The red evil dragon patterns on the sword seemed to have been activated. It let out a roar filled with killing intent. It was like the fury of an azure dragon. Following that, the red patterns lit up one by one, releasing an intense light. In the blink of an eye, the sword was wrapped up and turned into a red ray of light, rapidly expanding. Not long after, a 2-meter-long evil flood dragon filled with a destructive aura appeared. It was red and black. Go! Gu Xingdao pushed his palm forward. The 2-meter-long evil flood dragon transformed into a sword light and shot towards Chu Mu at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the thin space was like a piece of land plowed by an ox. Cracks appeared one after another as the sword light continued forward. The evil dragon's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Chu Mu. Chu Mu sensed it and immediately reacted, quickly dodging. However, with a loud boom, the evil dragon's power exploded and shattered the void. Cracks appeared in the void, covering an area of 100 meters. Although Chu Mu sensed it and quickly dodged, he was still a step too late. The void collapsed bit by bit, turning into a huge black hole. It produced a terrifying suction force that directly swallowed Chu Mu's body, causing him to disappear. Chapter 1829. Hundreds of meters high in the sky, a huge black hole continued to expand. Cracks could be seen on the edges of the black hole, and they looked like sawteeth. The horrifying destructive presence continued to spread out as if a horrifying ancient beast was waking up. It opened its mouth and wanted to devour the sky, the ground, and the entire world. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black darkness expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, and it was still expanding. It was like a gigantic vacuum cleaner, and the ground below was affected, sucked in, and swallowed. Sand and stones flew up rapidly, and the ground cracked inch by inch, turning into dust. What is that? Spatial crack. Impossible. How can there be such a huge spatial crack? After seeing it, their faces changed color, and they screamed. Such a spatial crack was too horrifying. It could easily destroy an entire city and turn it into nothingness. The masters were all shocked, and they looked at the huge spatial crack with serious expressions. Although spatial cracks are common in the sky, there shouldn't be such a huge spatial crack, a master said with a serious expression. There is only one possibility. A bright moon sword saint said in a deep voice, the space in the sky is very weak, and a 9-star saint's attack can break it open. However, a 9-star saint doesn't have the power to go up to the sky. It must be a master at least at the level of a 3-star saint. There must be a master at the level of a 3-star saint attacking from high up in the sky, and it caused the space to collapse. The spatial crack eventually formed a spatial collapse. When the spatial crack expanded to a radius of 3,000 meters, it finally stopped expanding, allowing everyone to relax. Otherwise, if it continued to expand, the consequences would be very serious. It would probably affect everyone's survival. Fortunately, the expansion had stopped. With the self-healing ability of the space, it would slowly return to normal. However, the collapse of this 3,000 meters wide space was located in a high-altitude area with many spatial cracks. It would take a long time for it to completely return to normal. Because of the spatial collapse, the spatial cracks in the sky were more likely to appear, and it was more dangerous. Gu Xingdao quickly retreated. His long robe was affected by the spatial cracks, and it was torn into pieces. He looked very miserable. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was the result of overexerting his strength. Moreover, his mind was also damaged. However, he also successfully left the high altitude and landed at a low altitude before quickly flying away. Staring at the collapsing pitch-black space, at such a close distance, even Gu Xingdao, a bright moon elite, felt his heart tremble. He had seen with his own eyes that Chu Mu had been swallowed by the spatial collapse. If it had been him, he would have died without a doubt. Perhaps even his bones would have turned into nothingness. Moreover, Chu Mu's strength was inferior to his. What a pity! My evil dragon sword, Gu Xingdao muttered. Although he didn't receive any damage from Chu Mu's attack this time, he had suffered a great loss. One had to know that the evil dragon sword was personally nurtured by him. It took him over 1,000 years to raise it to a mid-grade spiritual sword. Now, it had been swallowed by the spatial collapse along with Chu Mu. The blood at the corner of his mouth was from his mind. Why was his mind injured? Because the evil dragon sword was closely related to him. If the evil dragon sword was damaged or even destroyed, his mind would also be injured. Even such a sturdy evil dragon sword was destroyed, let alone Chu Mu. No matter what, Chu Mu was dead now. This thorn in his side, this great worry, was finally dead. Although the evil dragon hall had suffered a great loss, its foundation was still there. After recuperating for 100 years, it could recover again. At most, it would be better to keep a low profile for the next 100 years. However, Gu Xingdao revealed a smile. When the news of Chu Mu's death spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, the evil dragon hall's reputation would grow. It might not even take 100 years for them to recover. After making such a decision, Gu Xingdao quickly left. He spread the news all the way back to the evil dragon hall. What? Chu Mu is dead? Chu Mu died under the pursuit of the evil dragon hall's Lord Gu Xingdao. This can't be true, right? Indeed, just as Gu Xingdao predicted, Once the news of Chu Mu being chased to death by him spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. After all, Chu Mu's strength had been proven time and time again. He was extremely powerful. However, when the news mentioned what had happened, everyone had no choice but to believe it. So such a huge spatial collapse was caused by the battle between Chu Mu and Gu Xingdao. Even the 7 kings would not be able to escape being sucked into that spatial collapse. Even if they were lucky enough to not die, they would have to drift in the endless void. Who knows where they would end up? Then what's the difference between that and death to us? Who would have thought that the final outcome would be like this? The evil dragon Hall's Lord Palace Lord's strength is truly too terrifying. He was not sucked into that spatial collapse and even came back unscathed. From the looks of it, the evil dragon Hall's Lord Palace Lord's strength is probably at the peak of the bright moon rank. He probably has other life-saving method. For a moment, Gu Xingdao's strength was overestimated. The result was that the evil dragon hall was in the limelight for a moment. Those factions that had originally planned to move against the evil dragon hall and replace it had no choice but to pause their plans and wait and see. This undoubtedly gave the evil dragon hall a chance to breathe. Dead? Bai Chen was startled when he heard the news. He was still planning to work hard to increase his strength before fighting with Chu Mu. Although the current Chu Mu was shockingly powerful and was known as the undisputed number 1 of the 7 stars, the 6 stars were not inferior to him. Although they kept a low profile, their strength had been constantly increasing. It was all for the sake of having a showdown with Chu Mu. Unfortunately, he was actually swallowed by the spatial collapse. Even the 7 kings did not dare to endure that kind of power, let alone a dark star sword saint. For a moment, the 6 stars seemed to have lost their target and lost a lot of motivation. Impossible, the young master will not die. I will wait here for his return, Lin Biruo said firmly in Long Yunkong's manor in Bloodbath City. We will also stay, the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint said after looking at each other. Previously, they were forced by the pressure of life and death, and had no choice but to swear an oath to be Chu Mu's guards for 100 years. After that, they accepted Chu Mu's sword guidance, and were sincerely convinced. Even if Chu Mu really died now, they would still stay and protect Lin Biruo until she grew up. In fact, after they became Chu Mu's guards, they realized that the reason why Chu Mu wanted them to become guards was to protect Lin Biruo. Then, was Chu Mu really dead? After being swallowed, Chu Mu was very lucky and did not directly die. He entered the spatial crack and drifted in the depths of space. Everywhere he looked was darkness. He could not see or hear anything. It was filled with a desolation that could make people go crazy. It was fine for a short period of time, but for a long time it was unbearable. It was a kind of torture to the mind and body because it was very cold. Chu Mu had to circulate his sword origin to resist the cold. His sword origin was consumed very quickly, so he had to use the power of the dragon Yuan pill to replenish it. After an unknown period of time, Chu Mu saw a light. He rushed over and rushed into the light. His body shook and he seemed to lose consciousness. Today's luck is good. I went out and actually found a living person. Let me see. His vitality is abundant. This saint body must be very strong. Not bad, let's quickly bring him back. This is good fertilizer. When Chu Mu slowly woke up, he heard a conversation. However, his current state was very strange. It was as if he was half asleep and half awake. It was very difficult for him to wake up completely. He could only wake up bit by bit. He felt as if his body was being carried and constantly swaying. As Chu Mu's consciousness gradually awakened, he heard even more information and analyzed it in his gradually awakening brain. First, he was not dead and had left the spatial turbulence. Second, although he did not know where he was, he could tell from the conversation that he was an intelligent creature or even a human. In this way, Chu Mu was even more relieved. Third, he was now picked up by someone and seemed to be treated as some kind of fertilizer. This was not a good thing. He had to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if he was really treated as fertilizer. Time passed little by little. Finally, Chu Mu felt that he was almost completely awake after being put down. There seemed to be people being carried in continuously. This also bought some time for Chu Mu to recover. He finally woke up and opened his eyes. He immediately felt a wave of weakness in his body. However, he was slowly recovering. He opened his eyes and quickly looked around. This was a cave, just like a karst cave. He was lying on the ground, and there were many other people lying side by side with him. There were at least a dozen of them, and all of them had their eyes closed and seemed to be unconscious. In the distance there were still people carrying in unconscious people and throwing them on the ground. Looking at the other side, there was a pool. It was about 100 square meters in size. The water in the pool was actually red. It was as red as blood. No, Chu Mu could be sure that it was blood because there was a trace of bloody smell coming from the pool. Apart from that, there were also black lotuses growing in the blood pool. Chapter 1830. There were a total of 9 black lotuses growing on top of the scarlet blood pool. Among them, 4 of the lotuses had their buds tightly closed and had yet to bloom. 3 of the lotuses had a small part of their buds blooming, 1 was mostly blooming, and 1 was completely blooming. Chu Mu, who was slowly recovering, could feel the aura fluctuations released from the 9 black lotuses. It was a very powerful aura fluctuation, causing Chu Mu's blood to accelerate and his strength to gradually recover. Although he didn't know what these lotuses were, Chu Mu was sure that they were treasures related to body transformation. About 100 people were brought in, including Chu Mu. Then, 2 people each carried an unconscious person to the side of the blood pool. Without any hesitation, they used the short swords in their hands to cut open the blood vessels on the necks of the unconscious people. Blood sprayed out and splashed into the blood pool. The 2 people threw the people whose blood vessels had been cut open, their heads facing outwards, and their blood continued to flow into the blood pool. One after another, the unconscious people were brought to the side of the blood pool. Their blood vessels were cut open, and their bodies trembled and convulsed. This scene made everyone who saw it feel their hair stand on end. Chu Mu also understood that the scarlet color in the pool was indeed blood. Using blood to grow those black lotuses, he didn't know what kind of lotuses they were, but they were so strange. At this time, one of the people walked towards Chu Mu and reached out to grab Chu Mu's calf. At the same time, Chu Mu also recovered a part of his strength. With a thought, the person's hand suddenly grabbed empty air. Looking again, Chu Mu wasn't lying on the ground, but was standing in front of him. "You're awake." The person was suddenly startled, and then immediately grinned, "Then die." As soon as his voice fell, the short sword in his hand immediately stabbed out. A cold light flashed, and a murderous aura filled the air. The direct and fierce attack didn't work, instead it was caught. That's right, Chu Mu only stretched out 2 fingers to clamp it, and it didn't move at all. The person who wielded the sword had the strength of a 3-star martial saint. Unfortunately, Chu Mu's strength was even stronger. Even if he had only recovered a small portion of his strength, it was still not something that the other party could compare to. "Men, come quickly!" That person opened his mouth and immediately roared. Instantly, the others were alerted and all of them hurried over. "Stop!" The people who rushed over immediately drew their swords and pointed them at Chu Mu when they saw the situation. "Who are you?" the person who seemed to be the leader asked in a deep voice. It was a middle-aged man wearing blood-red armor. Chu Mu could tell from the aura that he was a 9-star saint. "That's not important. What's important is where we are. I hope someone can answer it for me," Chu Mu said unhurriedly as he released 2 fingers. That person hurriedly withdrew his sword and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Chu Mu. Where was this? This was what Chu Mu was most concerned about after he woke up. He had to figure out where he was before he could make any arrangements. You don't need to know. Take him down. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a group of warriors wearing blood-red armor immediately rushed up from behind him. Each of them had the strength of a 7-star martial saint. They held blood-red swords in their hands and moved quickly, forming a circle. They surrounded Chu Mu and began to attack him. The blood-red sword light was simple and fierce. It came from all directions without mercy, as if it wanted to cut Chu Mu into pieces in an instant. Even though Chu Mu's strength had not recovered, he could still deal with such an attack calmly. His figure flashed, and he was as agile as a fish. He shuttled back and forth among the blood-red sword light, avoiding the streaks of blood-red sword light. The middle-aged man was shocked. He could actually dodge the attacks of his subordinates so calmly. Such strength was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. In the next breath, a sword light lit up among the blood-red sword light. As it flickered, it was like a meteor falling from the sky, shooting in all directions. The guards were pierced by the meteor and died one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen guards fell to the ground. There was a bloody hole between their eyebrows, and their primordial spirits were shattered. They couldn't be more dead. Blood flowed out, as if it was affected by an invisible force, and gradually flowed into the blood pool. Since he had already drawn his sword, Chu Mu didn't hold back. His figure flashed, and he used the ghost dragon perplexing track. His whereabouts were unpredictable, and he couldn't be tracked. He drew his sword, and the sword light flashed, taking away one life after another. In the end, only the 9-star martial saint was left. "All right, now we can have a good talk," Chu Mu said, as if he had done something very simple. It was as if he had just shaken off the dust on his clothes. The middle-aged man's entire body was shaking. He held the sword in his hand, but he didn't dare to attack. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. In that instant, even with his 9-star martial saint strength, he couldn't catch a glimpse of Yi Chen's figure. All of his subordinates were killed. "Tell me, where is this place?" "You don't have to tell me. I will go outside and ask someone." As he said that, Chu Mu lightly flicked the sword in his hand, and he was about to draw his sword. "Stop!" The middle-aged man finally reacted, and hurriedly shouted, "This is the Evil Lotus Cave." "Be more specific," Chu Mu said, and a trace of killing intent locked onto the middle-aged man. "This is the Evil Lotus Cave of our marionette sect. It is a secret place specially used to grow the black blood lotus." Marionette sect. Black blood lotus. Chu Mu had never heard of these before. He suddenly thought of something. "I must have come out from a spatial crack. This means that this place is most likely not within the range of the 5 cities." After another round of questioning, Chu Mu finally confirmed that this place was indeed not within the range of the 5 cities. It was far away from the 5 cities, deeper into the land of exile. It was a place that was almost at the end of the land of exile, called Sin City. After going even deeper, Chu Mu finally realized where he had come to. He immediately rejoiced. He was swallowed by the spatial crack, but he didn't die. He drifted in the spatial turbulence, but he didn't die either. In the end, he even found a chance to rush out of the spatial turbulence. He wasn't sent to another place. He was still within the range of the land of exile, but it was a bit far from the 5 cities. It was fine as long as he was still within the land of exile. If he had been sent to another world, that would have been depressing. Many, many years ago, Sin City was founded by a group of experts who had offended one of the 5 great cities. Unable to fight back, they had no choice but to leave and venture deeper into the land of exile. After experiencing many dangers, they finally arrived here. As more and more people came, it gradually grew into a city. Although its history was shorter than that of the 5 cities, it had still existed for over 1,000,000 years. The marionette sect was one of the forces in Sin City. According to the middle-aged man, the marionette sect used to be called the marionette sect, which belonged to the 5 cities. However, after being surrounded and attacked, Only a few people managed to escape. Coincidentally, they came to Sin City and slowly developed. After learning the lesson of the 5 cities, the Marionette sect changed its name to the Marionette sect. It sounded a level lower, and they were much more low-key in order to avoid the tragedy of the 5 cities being surrounded and attacked again. After 10,000 years of development, the Marionette sect gradually became stronger and stronger, becoming one of the top 10 forces in Sin City. The Evil Lotus Cave was a secret cave used by the Marionette sect to cultivate the Black Blood Lotus. The Black Blood Lotus was one of the main materials for the Marionette sect to cultivate the indestructible marionette body. It was extremely precious. It was said that the Black Blood Lotus could be used to refine an elixir called the Ancient Saint Blood Lotus Elixir. It could be used to refine the saint body. It was suitable for high-level saint body, especially level 7 saint body. In order to survive, the 9-star saint body had already told Chu Mu everything. Since he had already told Chu Mu, he might as well tell him more. He could vaguely guess that Chu Mu had just arrived here from the 5 cities by accident. "Do you know how to return to the 5 cities?" asked Chu Mu. "I don't know." "Who knows?" asked Chu Mu again. "Perhaps our sect leader knows," answered the middle-aged man. "Tell me about the sect leader of the Marionette sect and the strength of the experts in Sin City." Chu Mu said. Based on the situation, he would stay in Sin City for a while. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself was the key to victory. "Our sect leader is a bright moon sword saint," the 9-star saint body immediately said. "Is there any special way to pick the Black Blood Lotus?" asked Chu Mu again. "Just pick it," answered the middle-aged man immediately. He was very cooperative. "Okay," said Chu Mu as he drew his sword. With a flash of sword light, the middle-aged man was killed. His face was full of shock. He had already cooperated so much. Why did he have to kill him? However, at the beginning, Chu Mu didn't promise that he wouldn't kill him. If he killed him, he would just kill him. He didn't want the news to leak out. This Evil Lotus Cave is a secret cave of the Marionette sect. It is used to cultivate the Black Blood Lotus. Usually, there is only a guard captain and a group of guards guarding it. Only when the Black Blood Lotus matures will someone come to pick the lotus seeds. Right now, there is only one that is completely mature. One is about to mature, and the other 7 are not yet mature. I think someone will come to pick the mature lotus seed soon. Chu Mu thought to himself, "I will use this time to recover my strength. Then, I will refine 4 bottles of 4 image energy conversion pellets to increase my strength as much as possible." After making up his mind, Chu Mu first waved his hand and pushed all the people who had been killed to the side of the blood pool, allowing their blood to flow into the blood pool and nourish the black blood evil lotuses, allowing them to quickly mature. As for the people who hadn't been killed but were still unconscious, Chu Mu temporarily ignored them. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the air. Immediately, lotus seeds shot out from the mature black blood lotus seed pod one after another. There were 12 lotus seeds in total. They looked black and shiny, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see a red halo. It was very beautiful. Chapter 1831. There were 12 lotus seeds, each of them beautiful and flawless. Chu Mu sensed them carefully. He could feel a strong energy fluctuation within them. It was similar to the energy fluctuation of blood qi. It's a pity that I can't consume them directly, Chu Mu thought. The lotus seeds would either be used to cultivate the indestructible puppet body or to concoct the ancient sage blood lotus pill. Consuming them directly would be ineffective. The black blood lotus leaf that had its seeds plucked withered and fell into the blood pool. Only a bare seed was left, absorbing the energy of the blood pool and slowly recovering. Speaking of which, this thing was very evil. It was cultivated with the blood of a saint expert. After keeping the 12 lotus seeds, Chu Mu's strength was almost fully recovered. After adjusting his breath for a while, he set up a warning seal at the entrance of the black blood lotus cave. Chu Mu took out the 4 Forms Vitality Transformation pill and started refining it. When he faced Gu Xingdao that day, the difference in strength was obvious. He was no match for Gu Xingdao. Chu Mu's cultivation was at the late stage of the immemorial 8th level, and his saint body was at the early stage of the 6th level. Thus, Chu Mu's refining speed had increased. In just half a day, he had refined 1 4-image transformation pill, and his sword energy had increased slightly. Chu Mu continued to refine 1 pill at a time. It wasn't that he couldn't refine more pills, but that he couldn't be interrupted. This wasn't a safe place, so he naturally had to hold back. At this time, among the unconscious people, another person's eyelids twitched. He was about to wake up. When Chu Mu refined the second 4 Forms Vitality Transformation pill, that person also woke up. His body moved like a nimble cat, and he quickly jumped up from the ground. His hands flashed with cold light, and the sound of air being sliced rang out. Cold light surrounded his body, and it was incomparably sharp. This meant that this person had rich battle experience. As soon as he woke up, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. He immediately drew his sword to protect himself. However, he didn't receive any attack. He stopped and quickly looked around. His eyes fell on Chu Mu. His body flashed and turned into 3 shadows, flashing with cold light from 3 different directions, and attacked Chu Mu. Chu Mu had already finished refining the pill. His body moved, and he directly dodged the cold light's attack. Soon after, he flicked his finger, and his finger energy broke through the air, shattering the cold light and sending that person flying. It was a woman. She didn't look very old, but it was hard to tell her actual age. After all, she was a saint expert. Being knocked flying by Chu Mu's finger, this woman was fully aware of the difference in strength between them. However, she didn't lose her composure. "Who are you? Why am I here? Are you the one who captured me? What's your purpose?" The moment he opened his mouth, he asked 4 consecutive questions. "I'm the same as you." Chu Mu only responded, "The same as me?" The woman's eyes widened. "Could it be that you were captured as well?" "Something like that," Chu Mu said. "What is going on?" The woman asked with her eyes wide open. Chu Mu quickly told her what happened. "You've killed everyone here," Yizichen said. The woman's eyes widened again. Immediately, anger flashed in her eyes. She almost gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Damn marionette sect. How dare they capture me and use me as fertilizer? I, Tang Qianxue, won't let this go." "Thank you, big brother. My name is Tang Qianxue. May I ask what your name is?" Tang Qianxue asked with a sweet smile. Strictly speaking, her life was saved by Chu Mu. If it weren't for Chu Mu, she would be like those corpses beside the blood pool. Her blood would flow into the blood pool and become nutrients for the black blood lotus. She would be dead. Her identity would be useless. Indeed, saint cultivators had primordial spirit. However, after they were captured, they were all in a coma. They wouldn't be able to wake up for a certain period of time. When they were unconscious, their blood would be drained, and their consciousness would weaken. In the end, they wouldn't be able to wake up. When their consciousness wasn't awake, their primordial spirits wouldn't move at all. Chu Mu. Chu Mu glanced at Tang Qianxue. His intuition told him that this woman wasn't an ordinary cultivator. However, Chu Mu didn't care. "I'll call you Big Brother Chu," Tang Qianxue said, as if they were close friends. "Big Brother Chu, let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, when the people of the marionette sect arrive, we'll be in danger. As long as we leave this place and return to the Tang clan, I'll tell my grandfather about this. My grandfather will definitely not let the marionette sect off." It seemed that the Tang clan that Tang Qianxue belonged to was even stronger than the marionette sect. In that case, it should also be one of the top 10 clans in Xin Yan City. "I plan to stay here for a while. When the black blood lotus matures, I'll harvest its seeds before leaving," Chu Mu said. The lotus seeds were treasures that could be used to concoct the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pellet. The ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pellet was a pill that was suitable for 7th level saint bodies. It could even be used for 8th level saint bodies. It was a good opportunity to increase one's strength. Although the origin of the Black Blood Lotus was evil, Chu Mu didn't care. There were many other ingredients that were even more difficult to accept than the Black Blood Lotus. Tang Qianxue glanced at the Black Blood Lotus that hadn't fully bloomed yet, then looked at Chu Mu. She nodded and said, "All right, big brother Chu, I'll wait with you." Tang Qianxue was very clear that this was the evil Lotus Cave. It was a secret cave where the marionette sect cultivated the Black Blood Lotus. It was definitely very secretive. Although all the guards had been killed by Chu Mu, they would definitely encounter other people of the marionette sect outside. With her strength, it was impossible for her to leave the territory of the marionette sect. At that time, she wouldn't be able to take revenge. She couldn't see through Chu Mu, so she didn't know how strong he was. However, she thought that he should be very strong, at least many times stronger than her. If she could team up with him, the chances of escaping would be higher. Therefore, Tang Qianxue and Chu Mu continued to stay in the cave. Chu Mu was waiting for the second Black Blood Lotus to mature while consuming the 4 forms energy transformation pellet to increase his cultivation base. Tang Qianxue was also cultivating. Although she was very curious about Chu Mu's identity and background, she didn't ask too many questions. Only by doing so would she not be annoying. Time passed day by day, and the second Black Blood Lotus continued to bloom. It was getting closer and closer to maturity. The other people who were captured also gradually woke up. Some of them wanted to leave, but they were stopped by Chu Mu. Once they left, they would definitely die. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that they would attract the attention of the marionette sect in advance. For those who insisted on leaving, Chu Mu showed no mercy. He killed them with a single sword strike and used them as fertilizer. To him, this wasn't a burden at all. To a certain extent, those who insisted on leaving were his enemies. If they were his enemies, there was no need to show mercy. On the 10th day, it was Chu Mu's 10th day in the evil Lotus Cave. He had refined 2 bottles of 4 forms energy transformation pellet, and his sword origin had improved significantly. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the 8th layer of the immemorial realm. "Where are they? Are they all dead?" shouted a voice from outside. After that, a figure rushed into the cave. When he saw Chu Mu and the others, he was stunned. This person was wearing a black robe, and his chi was at the peak of the 9-star saint realm. He was extremely powerful. "What's going on? Who are you?" In an instant, the person realized that the situation wasn't right. He unsheathed his sword and slashed out. A tyrannical sword light broke through the air, turning into tiny dots. It was like a rainstorm, densely packed and merciless. "Get out of the way!" Many people shouted. However, the sword attack of a 9-star saint was extremely powerful. None of the people who were covered by the sword light were able to avoid it. They were all killed. Blood flowed all over the ground. It was attracted by the power of the blood pool. It quickly flowed into the blood pool and became nutrients for it. In the blink of an eye, including Chu Mu and Tang Qianxue, there were originally over 30 people, but now there were only 10 left. Tang Qianxue's face was deathly pale. Although she had an extraordinary background, her strength wasn't high enough. A peak 9-star Saint Realm expert could easily kill her 1,000 times over. The remaining people were all trembling in fear. They were all ordinary cultivators. Regardless of strength or will, the difference was too great. Only Chu Mu's expression didn't change. He was as calm as the clouds and wind. The person who came pointed his sword at Chu Mu. His killing intent was cold, and he locked onto Chu Mu. "Speak, what's going on? You're here to harvest the seeds of the Black Blood Lotus, right? Kill those people," Chu Mu casually said. "Kill them all." The person was dumbfounded. Then, his killing intent soared. You deserve to die. The sword transformed into a beam of light, tearing through the sky with lightning speed, aiming to kill Chu Mu. Big Brother Chu, be careful! Tang Qianxue screamed. Before the screams disappeared, another sword light lit up. This time it was even more resplendent, but it was also very faint. Under the illumination of the sword light of the Peak 9-star Saint Realm expert directly dissipated. It was like snow melting under the scorching sun. Following that, the sword light pierced through and killed him. Chu Mu's left hand made a grabbing motion as he grabbed a Yuan spirit. A single sword, just a single sword attack was enough to kill a Peak 9-star Saint Realm expert. How was this possible? Could it be that Big Brother Chu is a top 3 battle force expert? Tang Qianxue was dumbfounded. Any expert of the 3 major powers was extremely powerful and had a very high status in Xin Yan City. Not to mention the experts of the 3 major powers, even the 9-star saints usually had a good status, let alone the 9-star saints who were at the peak of the 9-star saint. After killing the top 3 battle force expert with a single sword attack and putting away his Yuan spirit, Chu Mu went to harvest the second black blood lotus seed. Let's go, let's leave, Chu Mu said to Tang Qianxue as he strode towards the entrance of the cave. Okay, Big Brother Chu, Tang Qianxue reacted. However, before she left, she attacked with her sword. Sword Qi shot out, instantly destroying all 9 black blood lotuses. Chu Mu couldn't stop her in time. Chapter 1832. What a pity, murmured Chu Mu as he looked at the 9 lotuses that had been destroyed by Tang Qianxue's sword light. The reason why he didn't destroy them was because he wanted to come back in the future before he left Sin City to see if he could get more lotus seed. Now that Tang Qianxue had destroyed the lotuses, Chu Mu wouldn't have the chance to come back again. Of course, the marionette sect would also lose a chance to come back. The losses would be huge. It was completely possible to imagine Puppet Sect's upper echelon flying into a rage after finding out that the 9 black blood evil lotuses had been completely destroyed. Chu Mu shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts. He walked out of the cave with Tang Qianxue and the others following behind while trembling with fear. Once they left the cave, they saw that it was a desolate place. It was definitely a secret place. Looking back at the cave, it didn't seem very eye-catching. Including Chu Mu and Tang Qianxue, there were 8 people in total. However, the 6 of them weren't that strong. Chu Mu didn't want to pay attention to them. Whether they could escape or not would depend on their own abilities and luck. He grabbed Tang Qianxue's arm and sped up, turning into a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of the 6 people. Wait for us! Don't let us go. The 6 of them were extremely anxious. They kept shouting, but Chu Mu ignored them and disappeared in front of their eyes. It's over. We're dead. Even if we die, we'll drag the 2 of them down with us, someone said with a ferocious expression. Then, they started shouting, wanting to attract the experts of the marionette sect. Indeed, under their shouting, their voices were transmitted to Chu Mu and Tang Qianxue's ears. Tang Qianxue was shocked by Chu Mu's speed. That kind of speed was definitely not something a Peak 9-star saint could achieve. She was absolutely sure that Chu Mu was a 3-star saint. She was excited, but when she heard the shouting behind her, her expression changed drastically. Brother Chu, they purposely lured the experts of the marionette sect here, Tang Qianxue said anxiously. Although she had an extraordinary background, she knew that they were in the territory of the marionette sect. No matter how powerful her background was, she didn't know what was going on. She couldn't help but feel nervous. There is no need to be afraid, Chu Mu said. His calm voice seemed to contain a special charm and unique power, causing the nervousness in Tang Qianxue's heart to slowly dissipate and calm down. Chu Mu's speed also increased again, becoming even faster. Suddenly, an intense killing intent attacked from the side like a waterfall. The sword light was so majestic that it was shocking. Many figures appeared in front of him. They were dashing towards him with their sword light flashing coldly. They were attacked from the front and the side. Big Brother Chu. Tang Qianxue became nervous again. Every one of them emitted an aura that was many times stronger than hers. Chu Mu grabbed Tang Qianxue's arm with one hand and held the sword light in his right hand. He sped up and dodged the majestic sword qi coming from the side. His sword turned into a shooting star, and he became one with the sword, killing his way forward. Wherever the sword light reached, it was unstoppable. All the attacks were crushed. Wherever the sword went, it was invincible. Kill, 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 kill. Tang Qianxue only felt that there was sword light in front of her. That kind of coldness made her tremble uncontrollably. Within the cold sword light, there were traces of blood flashing, and the smell of blood assailed her nostrils. It felt like a long time, but also like an instant. The sword light and the blood in front of her had all disappeared. There was no obstruction in front of her. She subconsciously looked back and saw that the ground was littered with corpses. However, in the distance, there were waves of powerful auras approaching rapidly. Those who had arrived were all high-level saint-level warriors. Unfortunately, they were just a bunch of ants to Chu Mu. Break, break. No one could stop Chu Mu in the slightest. Under his sword, they were all killed. They couldn't even slow down Chu Mu's speed. No matter who you are, since you dared to kill the disciples of the marionette school, you must die. The killing intent was intense, and the coldness fell from the sky. The powerful aura was like the sun in the winter, making people's hearts palpitate. Tang Qianxue even had difficulty breathing. Big Brother Chu, they are the top 3 warriors of the marionette school. Tang Qianxue exclaimed. They have all cultivated the indestructible marionette body. Their defensive power is amazing. Don't fight too long. As the granddaughter of the head of the Tang family, Tang Qianxue knew a lot of things that others did not know. The indestructible marionette body of the marionette school had amazing defensive power. If they could not break it in one go, they would be surrounded by the other warriors of the marionette school. That was why she said they could not fight too long. Don't worry, Chu Mu said. He flicked his finger, and a beam of yellow light shot out. It was the marionette breaking light. The marionette breaking light was a power that targeted the marionette body. The indestructible marionette body was transformed into a marionette body with a special secret art and all kinds of treasures and materials. To some extent, it was the same as a marionette. Naturally, it would be affected by the marionette breaking light. Unable to dodge, they were hit by the marionette breaking light. Immediately, they felt their bodies weaken by 30%. The power of the indestructible marionette body lay in its amazing defensive power, endurance, and powerful self-healing ability. Right now, all 3 abilities had been weakened by 30%, which was very obvious. Even the body's reaction was clearly affected. Before his eyes, an incomparably cold and sharp sword light pierced through the space and arrived brazenly. The sword light was swift and resplendent like a meteor, and there was no way to dodge it. The 14th strike of the 13 meteor strikes. Unable to dodge, unable to block, the sword tore open the black robe, pierced through the forehead, and went through the entire head. His consciousness was shattered, and even his primordial spirit was shattered in an instant. One sword strike killed a dark star sword saint of the marionette sect. Such an unforeseen event stunned Tang Qianxue completely. Her mind was frozen, and she could not react. Experts of the 3 major fighting forces, even if they were at the lowest level, the Dark Star level, were extremely powerful and had a very high status in Sin City. Even in the Sin City Lord Mansion, which was the strongest force, they had a very high status and power. Such a powerful figure could not block one sword strike from this mysterious Big Brother Chu. Moreover, he was one of the marionette sect's top 3 battle powers. In the marionette sect, each of the top 3 battle powers had cultivated the indestructible marionette body. Their defensive power was much stronger than their own strength. Opponents of the same level could not break their defense at all. Could it be that this mysterious Big Brother Chu was a powerful figure that was even stronger than the Dark Star Sword Saint? A Bright Moon Sword Saint? Thinking of this, Tang Qianxue's heart could not stop beating fast. Even her grandfather was only a Bright Moon Sword Saint. However, her grandfather was more than 1,000 years old. This Big Brother Chu still looked so young. Puppet sex experts continued to rush over, but none of them could stop Chu Mu's footsteps. Even though Chu Mu was carrying Tang Qianxue, he still had to take her safety into consideration and couldn't use his full strength. However, none of them could last more than one sword. Some of the other top 3 battle powers of the marionette sect were cultivating in seclusion. Even if they heard the news and came out, it would take a long time. This period of time was enough for Chu Mu to leave with Tang Qianxue. After killing those who blocked the way, they rushed out of the marionette sect. Under Tang Qianxue's guidance, they quickly headed towards the Tang family. Along the way it was a mess. There were a few differences between the Sin City and the 5 big cities. One of them was that fighting and killing were not forbidden in the Sin City. The top 3 battle powers of the marionette sect were not as fast as Chu Mu. They were left behind by Chu Mu and gradually disappeared. Big Brother Chu, are you a Bright Moon Sword Saint? After getting out of danger, Tang Qianxue asked excitedly. She was so excited that her face turned red. No. Chu Mu said. Right now, he was only at the peak of the Dark Star Sword Saint level. Unless he could break through to the early stage of the 9 heavens of eternity, he would have the strength of a Bright Moon Sword Saint. Of course, even if his cultivation did not increase, once his saint body reached level 7, his strength would definitely reach the level of a Bright Moon Sword Saint. Then Big Brother Chu is a Dark Star Sword Saint? Tang Qianxue asked again. Perhaps she was too excited. Yes. Chu Mu nodded. Big Brother Chu, the Dark Star Sword Saints of the marionette sect all cultivate the indestructible puppet body. Ordinary Dark Star Sword Saints cannot break through their defense. Big Brother Chu, you are too powerful. Not only can you break through their defense, but you can also kill them with one strike. Tang Qianxue exclaimed. It's just a small trick. Chu Mu said. The light of puppet breaking was not a big trick. After all, it could only be used against puppets. Tang Qianxue gradually calmed down and did not ask any more questions. She felt that this Big Brother Chu was even more mysterious. A mysterious and powerful man who looked quite young would undoubtedly attract the curiosity of young women. Big Brother Chu, you have saved me twice. Come with me to the Tang family. I will ask my grandpa to thank you. Tang Qianxue said. Chu Mu thought for a bit and agreed. What was important was that Chu Mu wanted to know how to leave the Sin Yen city and return to the 5 cities. After all, from Tang Qianxue's words, he could infer that the Tang family was more powerful than the marionette sect. Since the leader of the marionette sect knew how to get to the 5 cities, the leader of the Tang family should also know. Besides, he also needed a place to settle down so that he could absorb the medicinal pellets and increase his strength. As soon as Chu Mu agreed, Tang Qianxue was overjoyed. She immediately led the way. Her speed was very fast. She could not wait to get back to the Tang family. She was afraid that Chu Mu would change his mind. As Chu Mu followed Tang Qianxue, he also paid attention to the surroundings. Although they were all cities, the difference between the Sin Yen city and the 5 cities was very obvious. Chapter 1833. Inside the main hall of the marionette sect. Sect Master, this time, our sect lost a Dark Star level expert and over 100 high-level Saint level experts. Most importantly, the 9 black blood lotuses in the evil lotus cave were all destroyed. An elder reported after counting. What? The black-robed man on the main seat heard the report, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, shattering the huge chair he was sitting on. The terrifying aura caused the entire hall to tremble as if it was going to collapse. Investigate! Investigate! Find out who dared to invade the marionette sect and destroy the 9 black blood lotuses. No matter who it is, find them and kill them. His killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Ever since the marionette sect moved to Sin City, they had never suffered such a loss, even during their initial difficult development. The death of a Dark Star expert and over 100 high-level Saint experts was indeed serious, but compared to the 9 black blood lotuses, it was more than 10 times worse. The destruction of the 9 black blood lotuses was the real loss. It meant that the marionette sect's main cultivation resource had been cut off. They might be able to find other treasures to replace them, but the effect would be much worse. This was equivalent to cutting off their cultivation foundation. To a certain extent, the marionette sect's strength had been weakened. No matter what, they had to find out who it was. At this moment, the people who were chasing after Chu Mu returned and reported immediately. The Tang family? Could it be the Tang family? What reason do they have? Investigate. Find out what happened, the leader of the marionette sect said. He had to pay attention to the Tang family. After all, the Tang family was ranked above the marionette sect. They were much stronger than the marionette sect. Little friend Chu, I have to thank you this time. The leader of the Tang family, Tang Tianhao, smiled and said, I only have one granddaughter. It was just a coincidence, Chu Mu said. To you, it was just a coincidence, but to me, it was very important. Tang Tianhao smiled. He only had one granddaughter, Tang Qianxue. As for Tang Qianxue's mother, she died after giving birth to Tang Qianxue. Her father died in an accident more than 10 years ago. The cause was unknown. Therefore, Tang Tianhao was very concerned about Tang Qianxue. However, this was someone else's family matter. Chu Mu had no intention of delving into it. He wasn't even interested in learning more about it. Tang family head, have you heard of the 5 great cities? Chu Mu went straight to the point. He didn't try to hide his origins. There was no need for that. Little friend, you came from one of the 5 great cities. Tang Tianhao was shocked, but he quickly recovered. That's right. I've never heard of someone as talented as you in Sin City. So Big Brother Chu came from the 5 great cities. Tang Qianxue, who was sitting at the side, exclaimed. She had only heard of the 5 great cities but had never been there. She had a yearning in her heart. I came to Sin City because of an accident. I want to know how to get back to the 5 cities as quickly as possible, said Chu Mu. If you know, please tell me. That's not a big deal. Tang Tianhao smiled. If we leave Sin Yen City and head north, we'll reach the 5 great cities. Chu Mu was stunned. It was that simple? Of course. Even with the speed of a Dark Star expert, it will take about 5 years to reach the 5 great cities from Sin City. If we encounter a void storm or a destructive tide, the time will be greatly extended, said Tang Tianhao. He then explained the void storm and destructive tide to Chu Mu. In the depths of the 5 great cities, there were some places where the space was extremely unstable. Void storms would appear, and their power was extremely terrifying. Once experts of the 3 great battle powers were caught in them, they would die. Furthermore, the duration of the void storms was not fixed. They could be very short or very long. As for the destructive tide, it was even more terrifying than the void storm. Wherever it passed, even space would be destroyed. Of course, the probability of it appearing was much lower than the void storm. Hearing Tang Tianhao's words, Chu Mu frowned slightly. It would take 3 years, and that was under the condition that there were no accident. If they encountered a void storm or destructive tide, the time would be extended. It might even take 4 or 5 years. After chatting for a while, little friend, settle down in the Tang family first. I'll go and arrange some things. Tang Tianhao stood up and smiled. After getting someone to settle down Chu Mu, he left with Tang Qianxue. Chu Mu was arranged to stay in the Tang family's green bamboo garden. There were houses, hills, streams, and a large patch of green bamboos that emitted a faint fragrance. After taking a deep breath, Chu Mu entered the house. He hung a sign outside the house that said closed door cultivation. After setting up a seal, he took out the 4-image energy transformation pill and prepared to refine it again. Since it would take a few years to return to the 5 cities, he might as well stay in Sin City and raise his cultivation first. At that time, it would be faster, and the time it would take to return to the 5 cities would naturally be shortened. As the saying went, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. First, I'll refine the 4-image energy transformation pill and the ancient saint breaking limit pill. Then, I'll refine the ancient saint precious blood to raise my sage body to level 7. I'll also find someone to refine the 24 black blood lotus seeds into ancient saint blood lotus pills. It'll be just right for my sage body to break through to level 7. Chu-Mu thought to himself as he held the 4-image energy transformation pill. He also knew how to refine pills, but he had not done it for many years. The ancient saint blood lotus pills were of high quality, and it was not something that Chu-Mu could refine now. Of course, if he was willing, he might be able to do it if he spent more than 10 years to raise his alchemy skills. However, for Chu-Mu, time was very precious. 10 days was not enough, let alone 10 years. Hence, he could only find someone to refine the pills. However, to refine the ancient saint blood lotus pills, one's alchemy skills had to be extremely high. Not just any alchemist could do it. Looks like I have to ask the Tang family head. Chu-Mu thought. Tang Tianhao was the head of the Tang family, and the Tang family was one of the top 10 superpowers in Sin City. He would definitely know where to find an alchemist with high alchemy skills. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chu-Mu threw all 10 4-image energy conversion pills into his mouth. They transformed into a stream of heat as he swallowed them all and began to refine them. As his cultivation increased, the speed of his refinement continued to increase. Perhaps he would only need 4 days to refine all 10 4-image energy transformation pills. At that time, Chu-Mu's cultivation would increase again. As long as he refined the last bottle of 4-image energy transformation pills, he was confident that his cultivation would reach the peak of the 8th sky of the immemorial realm. Qianxue, tell me exactly what happened, Lin Mingya said. Tang Tianhao asked after taking Tang Qianxue away. Although he already knew that Chu-Mu had saved Tang Qianxue from the marionette sect, he did not know the details. When Tang Tianhao heard about it, he was furious. He almost went to the marionette sect himself. However, his rationality stopped him. The Tang family was indeed stronger than the marionette sect, but there was a limit to it. Most importantly, although he was a bright moon sword saint, and his attack power was obviously stronger than the sect master of marionette sect, it was hard for him to break through the defense of the marionette sect. Even if he used the secret sword of the Tang family, he could only cause light damage to the sect master. Hence, it would be difficult for the Tang family to gain any benefits if they started a war with the marionette sect. Instead, the Tang family would suffer a great loss. However, they had to avenge Tang Qianxue. Although Tang Qianxue was valued by Tang Tianhao, she did not develop an arrogant, domineering, and brainless personality. Instead, she was tenacious and rational. She also understood her grandfather's concerns, so she told him everything that happened in detail. After hearing it, Tang Tianhao fell into deep thought. Qianxue, are you sure that Chu-Mu shot out a beam of yellow light and hit the Dark Star level warrior of the marionette sect, and then broke his marionette body and killed him? Yes, Grandpa. I did not see it wrong, Tang Qianxue said with certainty. Chu-Mu also said that it was a small trick. If that is the case, then it is not a small trick. Tang Tianhao laughed. It seems that I have to talk to Chu-Mu again, and see if I can teach him this trick. Then, Tang Tianhao sent someone to the green bamboo garden to invite Chu-Mu. Not long after, that person returned. Master, young Master Chu is cultivating in seclusion. Go and wait outside the green bamboo garden. When Chu-Mu comes out, invite him over, Tang Tianhao said. Yes. Time passed, day after day. 4 days later, Chu Mu finally refined all 10 4-image yuan transformation pills. His sword origin had clearly grown. He once again took out the last 10 4-image yuan transformation pills and swallowed them in one go to continue refining. This time, in less than 4 days, Chu Mu successfully refined another 10 4-image energy conversion pills. His sword origin cultivation also reached the peak of immemorial 8th heavenly layer as he expected. It would only take a short period of time for his strength to increase noticeably from the original foundation. After removing the seal, he opened the door and walked out. After all, this was the Tang family and not his own place. It was not suitable for him to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. The person waiting outside the green bamboo garden saw Chu Mu and quickly ran over and bowed. "Young Master Chu, my master wants to see you." "Okay." Under the lead, Chu Mu came to a rather hidden place in the Tang family. "I haven't seen you for a few days and your cultivation has increased again. Congratulations." Tang Tianhao's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Mu. "I'm just on the verge of a breakthrough," Chu Mu said. "Since Master Tang is looking for me in such a hurry, there must be something important." "Yes, there is indeed something." Tang Tianhao nodded and gestured for Chu Mu to sit down. Then, he sat down as well. He paused for a while as if to organize his thoughts and words. Then, he began to speak. Chapter 1834. Qianshue's mother was injured when she was pregnant with her. She passed away after giving birth to Qianshue. Her father died in an accident more than 10 years ago. Tang Tianhao continued, "Back then, I suspected that Qianshue's mother and father's death had something to do with the marionette sect. However, I couldn't find any evidence." Chu Mu was surprised. He thought that Tang Tianhao was talking about Qianshue's family background. He didn't expect that Tang Tianhao would change the topic to the marionette sect. This time, Qianshue was captured. If it weren't for your help, she would have become the fertilizer for the marionette sect's black blood lotus. "My only granddaughter would have died," Tang Tianhao said. Tang Qianshue was his only granddaughter now, his only blood relative. She was extremely precious. He was also grooming Tang Qianshue as the future successor of the Tang clan. "Family head Tang, this is nothing," Chu Mu said. He didn't want to take the credit. "I won't say too many words of thanks." Tang Tianhao smiled and said, "This time, I invited you here because I heard from Qianshue that you seem to have a way to deal with the puppet school's unbreakable puppet body. You should know that the puppet school is proud of their unbreakable puppet body, which is half a level or even 1 level stronger than their own power. Without a more powerful power, it would be impossible to break their defense, which would make them invincible, which is very troublesome. Although we didn't find any evidence for the death of Qianshue's parents, after many years of investigation, we found that it was indeed related to the marionette sect. Moreover, Qianshue was almost turned into fertilizer this time. I can't just let it go. The Tang family and the marionette sect must fight to the death." Tang Tianhao said sincerely, however, "The indestructible puppet body of the marionette sect is very strong and difficult to deal with. Although the Tang family's overall strength is above the marionette sect, once the war starts and the marionette sect is destroyed, the Tang family won't be any better. I do have a secret art called the Light of Puppet Destruction. The only use of this secret art is to target puppets. When cultivated to the peak, it can weaken the power of puppets by 30%. It is also effective against unbreakable puppet." Chu Mu said. 30%. Tang Tianhao's eyes lit up. He knew what 30% meant. In terms of numbers, a Dark Star level expert's unbreakable puppet body had a defense of 10. Then, his opponent's attack power had to exceed 10 to be able to break it. However, in this ratio, an attack power of more than 10 had already surpassed the limit of a Dark Star level expert, and was beginning to enter the Bright Moon level. If it was weakened by 30%, it would be reduced from 10% to 7%. At that time, The attack power of the dark star level would be enough to break through the defense of the indestructible puppet body. Not only can the light of puppet destruction weaken the unbreakable puppet's defense by 30%, it can also weaken its self-healing ability and reaction speed by 30%. Chumu added. Tang Tianhao's eyes shone brightly. The light of puppet destruction was more powerful than he had imagined. Little friend Chu, I wonder if you can teach the light of puppet destruction to my Tang family. The Tang family is willing to pay a sufficient price. Tang Tianhao's breathing quickened. His eyes were filled with eagerness and hope. Thinking about it, if the experts of the Tang family all cultivated the light of puppet destruction, they would have a great advantage against the marionette sect. I do have something that I need your help with. Chumu smiled. I obtained some black blood lotus seeds from the evil lotus cave of the marionette sect. I hope to refine them into ancient saint blood lotus elixir. I wonder if you know any alchemists who can do it. No problem. Tang Tianhao agreed without hesitation. Also, what else do you need? Feel free to let me know. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the Tang family for a while, Chumu said. Little friend, you can stay for as long as you want. You can even treat the Tang family as your own home. Tang Tianhao smiled. In fact, he really hoped that Chumu would stay. He was a talented person. If he joined the Tang family's strength would increase again. In the future, the Tang family would be as powerful as the Xin Yan city's governor's palace. Then, Chumu taught the light of puppet destruction to Tang Tianhao. He also took out 24 black blood lotus seeds and gave them to Tang Tianhao. Little friend, don't worry. The most accomplished alchemist in Xin Yan City, Saint Master Xing, owes the Tang family a favor. It won't be difficult to ask him to refine the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir, Tang Tianhao said solemnly after keeping the 24 lotus seeds. This was a trade. Chumu taught the light of puppet destruction, and Tang Tianhao was responsible for refining the 24 lotus seeds into the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir. Of course, in order to refine the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir, other than the black blood lotus elixir, other spiritual herbs were also needed. Chumu didn't have to think about this. Tang Tianhao would naturally arrange it. They both took what they needed and didn't owe each other anything. The ancient sacred blood lotus pill was a pill suitable for 7th or 8th rank sacred bodies to consume and refine. It was extremely precious and hard to come by. Using the ancient sacred blood lotus pill and the puppet breaking light to exchange for it, Chumu felt that it was worth it. As for saving Tang Qianxue, it was indeed convenient for Chumu. Moreover, he was going to stay in the Tang family for a while. After they finished talking about business, Tang Tianhao immediately sent someone to pass down the cultivation method of the light of puppet destruction to the top 3 experts of the Tang family. He wanted them to cultivate it as soon as possible and strive to reach the peak. Then, he invited Chumu to have a meal together. Other than Chumu and Tang Tianhao, there was only Tang Qianxue at the meal. The 3 of them drank some good wine, and it was a very pleasant meal. Big brother Chu, will you leave Sin City? Tang Qianxue asked with her eyes wide open. In a while, Chumu said. Oh. Tang Qianxue seemed to be in low spirits. Tang Tianhao saw it and didn't know what to think. Tang family head, Qianxue, I will be in seclusion for a while to improve my cultivation, Chumu said. Young friend, don't worry and cultivate. No one will disturb you, Tang Tianhao said. Chumu got up and left, returning to Green Bamboo Garden. The dragon origin elixir in Chumu's dantian spun continuously, automatically absorbing the qi of heaven and earth outside his body. It was converted into pure origin qi and poured into Chumu's dantian, turning it into divine Baron sword essence. This allowed him to cultivate 24 hours a day. Moreover, he was cultivating at the peak of the 8th sky of the immemorial realm. After putting up the sign for seclusion and setting up layers of seals, Chumu took out 2 bottles of ancient Saint Breaking Limit elixir. When he first took the elixir, it took Chumu 10 days to refine the first one. But now, his saint body had reached the early stage of the 6th level, which was much stronger than the middle stage of the 5th level. Therefore, his ability to refine the elixir naturally increased. To the early stage of the 6th level Chu-Mu, the ancient saint breaking limit elixir was still powerful. Therefore, he didn't dare to take too many at once. He took them one by one. After the elixir was dissolved, his body started to heat up. It was as if his blood was boiling. His skin turned red and hot steam rose from his body. His bones seemed to be on the verge of melting, but they didn't. It was much better than the last time. 5 days later, the first ancient saint breaking limit elixir was completely refined by Chu-Mu. He felt that the power of his saint body seemed to have increased a little. In a spurt of energy, Chu-Mu took out the second ancient saint breaking limit elixir and consumed it. There were a total of 20 ancient saint breaking limit elixirs. It took a long time to refine all of them, but Chu-Mu didn't mind. He was now in a relatively safe environment. He had time to properly refine the elixirs. Family head, is this puppet breaking light really effective on the unbreakable puppet body? A dark star expert of the Tang family asked in surprise. Get a puppet to test it out first, Tang Tianhao said. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chu-Mu, but he felt more assured after testing it out personally. Soon, a puppet was sent over. The puppet was activated. Tang Tianhao pointed his finger and a pale yellow light shot out. It was the first level puppet breaking light. After the puppet breaking light hit the puppet, the aura emitted by the puppet started to decrease. It's decreased by about 10%. This is the first level puppet breaking light. It can weaken by 10%. The second level puppet breaking light can weaken by 20%. The third level puppet breaking light can weaken by 30%. Haha, if the puppet breaking light is really effective on the unbreakable puppet body of the marionette sect, then when we all cultivate the puppet breaking light to the 3rd level, it will gradually be the end of the marionette sect. That's right, the end of the marionette sect has arrived. Originally, they were very wary of the marionette sect's unbreakable puppet body. Once they fought, if they couldn't break through the opponent's defense, they wouldn't be able to win. They might even be defeated. Now, with the puppet breaking light, the 3rd level puppet breaking light could weaken the unbreakable puppet body by 30%. With their strength, it was enough to break through and kill the unbreakable puppet body. At the thought of this, the 3 strongest experts of the Tang family were all very motivated. By the way, family head, where is that Chu-Mu you mentioned? Where is he now? A dark star expert asked. Why, lazy, are you itching for a fight again? Before Tang Tianhao could answer, someone laughed. Hee, I heard that after using the puppet breaking light, he killed the Dark Star Sword Saint of the marionette sect. He must be very strong. Furthermore, he came from the outside world. I'm very curious. Lazy laughed. Little friend Chu is now in seclusion. When he comes out, if he is willing, you can go and challenge him. Tang Tianhao laughed. Time flew and 5 days passed. Chu-Mu's saint body had reached the middle level 6 from the early level 6. He had become stronger, and the speed of refining the ancient saint breaking limit elixir had increased. Originally, it would take 5 days to refine one elixir, but now it could be refined in less than 4 days. Based on the current efficiency, my saint body should be able to reach the peak of level 6 after refining all the ancient saint breaking limit elixirs, Chu-Mu thought. Chapter 1835. It took about 70 days for Chu-Mu to refine all 20 ancient saint breakthrough elixirs. His saint body rose from the early stage of level 6 to the peak of level 6 as he wished. Chu-Mu clenched his fist in the green bamboo garden. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound from his palm. It was as if he had grabbed the air and crushed it. The muscles on his arm were like dragons coiling around each other. With a light punch, a hurricane roared. The sturdy house was almost destroyed. Strong. An extremely strong feeling of power surged in his body. The peak of level 6 saint body combined with the cultivation of origin energy at the peak of level 8 of the immemorial realm. If he could convert all of this into his strength, Chu Mu was confident that even if he couldn't defeat Gu Xingdao, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. In other words, Chu Mu's strength had surpassed the limit of the Dark Star level. He had the strength of a Bright Moon Sword Saint. The Dark Star level and the Bright Moon level were two different levels. At this moment, Chu Mu had refined all of the elixirs he had obtained from the auction of the two evil dragon sword. Only the ancient saint blood was left. However, Chu Mu didn't refine it immediately. Instead, he walked out of the house and started practicing his sword skills in an empty space in the green bamboo garden. He needed to stabilize his saint body first. After that, he could use the ancient saint blood to stimulate his saint body's potential. For 3 days, Chu Mu practiced his sword skills. He slowly familiarized himself with the increase in origin energy and saint body. He then combined them and turned them into his own strength. After 3 days, Chu Mu entered the house again. He closed the door and prepared to cultivate in seclusion again. While Chu Mu was cultivating, the Tang family's experts were also cultivating and preparing their troop. The marionette sect was also on the move. They kept investigating and probing. There were some small-scale conflicts with the Tang family. Most of them were mid-level saints, so they didn't cause much of an impact. However, it also made people realize that there would be a storm between the Tang clan and the marionette sect. The other influential groups in Sin City chose to observe. With limited resources, if the Tang family and the marionette school had a conflict, no matter who won in the end, it would be beneficial for the other forces. It would be best if the Tang family and the marionette school were both severely injured. Then, the other forces would be able to take the opportunity to wipe out the Tang family and the marionette school, taking over the resources that belonged to the Tang family and the marionette school to strengthen themselves. Sin City was that direct, that naked, and chaotic. There was no order to speak of. It was completely different from the 5 great cities. It was precisely because of this that the various major forces did not dare to rashly start a war with each other. However, some small-scale conflicts were not prohibited. On the contrary, they were encouraged. Ancient Saint Treasure Blood was a drop of blood, a droplet of blood the size of a normal person's pinky finger. It was a drop of golden red blood that looked almost solidified. Golden red, translucent, and flawless. It was like a crystal, but it had a metallic texture that crystals did not have. The specialty of the Slaughtering Blood Mansion was the refinement of the saint body. It could be said that the cultivation of the Slaughtering Blood Mansion was based on the saint body Tao. Therefore, there were many treasures in the Slaughtering Blood Mansion that could refine the saint body. The ancient Saint Treasure Blood was one of them. It was also one of the top treasures for refining the saint body. Only the upper echelons of the Slaughtering Blood Mansion knew how the ancient Saint Treasure Blood was formed. It was most suitable for the 7th rank saint body. Its main function was to stimulate the potential of the saint body and increase its strength. Its secondary function was to refine the saint body. The greater the potential of the saint body, the better the effect of the ancient Saint Treasure Blood would be. And now, Chu Mu was going to use this drop of ancient Saint Treasure Blood to stimulate the potential of his saint body. He estimated that at the very least, this drop of ancient Saint Treasure Blood could stimulate part of his saint body's potential, allowing his saint body to break through from the peak of the 6th rank to the 7th rank. As for whether it would reach the 7th rank or higher, it would depend on the potential of his saint body. After breaking through and obtaining the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pellet, I will be able to return to the 5 cities. Chu Mu thought to himself. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Gu Xingdao of the Evil Dragon Hall, when I return, it will be the day of your destruction. After being chased by Gu Xingdao, he had no choice but to fly high in the sky. He was even swallowed by a spatial crack because of Gu Xingdao's attack. He was lucky not to die, and he did not suffer any losses. Moreover, he came to Sin Yen City and obtained the black blood lotus seed. This was equivalent to surviving a great disaster and having good fortune after. However, Chu Mu did not think that he should be grateful to Gu Xing Dao. An eye for an eye. After eliminating all distracting thoughts and adjusting his breathing, his essence, energy, and spirit all reached their peak. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The drop of golden-red ancient saint blood that had a metallic texture was instantly sucked into his mouth. It did not melt in his mouth like the ancient saint breakthrough pellet. Instead, it slid down Chu Mu's throat into his stomach and slowly softened. It emitted a scorching aura that gradually spread out. It was like a flood of lava that flowed through his organs, meridians, bones, tendons, muscles, and skin. His blood instantly became hot, as if it was boiling, and gurgling sounds could be heard. Chu Mu felt as if his entire body was immersed in the lava of a volcano. An indescribable heat spread throughout his body. His skin, muscles, tendons, bones, and internal organs all softened under the scorching heat and were about to melt. His mind was also affected. He was in a daze, unable to concentrate. He felt as if he was floating. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to hear a series of drumming sounds coming from within his body. That was his blood stirring, his tendons pulsing, his bones vibrating, and his internal organs pulsing. Waves of energy from the deepest part of his body were drawn out. They were being stimulated little by little. It was just that this process was extremely difficult. Chu Mu had to endure an unimaginable pain. It was as if his body was being torn apart and crushed. The unimaginable pain constantly attacked Chu Mu's body, constantly attacking Chu Mu's mind. Although he had already expected that the process of using the ancient saint blood to stimulate the potential of the saint body would be very difficult, Chu Mu did not expect it to be this difficult. He had to endure it with his tempered willpower. He had to endure it and endure it. He could not fall into a coma. Once he fell into a coma, the potential of his body would be unleashed. At that time, the saint body would be destroyed. In the worst case, the saint body would be completely destroyed. Once the sacred body was destroyed, the primordial spirit would be fine. However, without the body, the primordial spirit wouldn't possess any power. Even if he were to take over a new body, it would still require a long period of grinding and tempering before he could improve. Such an outcome wasn't something Chu Mu was willing to accept. He had to endure it with his own willpower. Only when the power of the ancient saint blood was exhausted would the potential of the saint body be fully developed. Of course, this did not mean that the potential of the saint body would be fully developed, but only a part of it that could be stimulated by the ancient saint blood. How much potential could be stimulated depended on one's saint body's potential, and on the other hand, on one's willpower. The combination of the two would determine the extent of the saint body's potential that could be stimulated. A tyrannical aura was constantly emitted from Chu Mu's body. It was a kind of aura fluctuation that originated from the deepest part of his body. It was blazing and pulsating like a tsunami, like a storm, like a volcanic eruption. The blazing aura that was pulsating like a heart made thumping sound. The space around Chu Mu was also affected. The air that came into contact with his body formed ripples that spread out layer by layer. Layer by layer, it was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. The ripples were endless. Time passed little by little, and the potential contained in Chu Mu's sacred body was also stimulated little by little. Not only the physical strength of the sacred body, but even the eternal star, spirit sword, and pure yang sacred body powers contained in the sacred body were strengthened to a certain extent. The potential of the peak level 6 saint body was being developed more and more. It was accumulating and was beginning to break through the shackles of level 7. The potential of the saint body had nothing to do with the level of the saint body. It did not mean that the potential of a level 7 saint body was more than that of a level 6 saint body. Potential was related to one's body. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of talent in body refining. Not all practitioners were suitable to walk the path of Saint Body. Most practitioners were only suitable to walk the path of Yuanli. The sound of the beating heart was like that of a giant drum. It was followed by a series of roaring sounds. Waves of power constantly flowed in the body, impacting the internal organs, bones, tendons, muscles, skin, and everything else. Under the impact, there was a tearing pain and a numbing feeling. Unknowingly, it was being strengthened, constantly improving, and becoming more and more powerful. The color of the red blood became purer and more viscous. Gradually, there seemed to be a trace of imperceptible gold appearing. When the sliver of gold that was hard to detect appeared in the blood, suddenly, Chu Mu's body violently shook. An intense and distinct ripple immediately spread outwards. The impact was unceasing, and in the spacious room, it rolled up numerous cyclones that blew in all directions. The whistling sounds were unceasing. The power that was much stronger than that of a peak level 6 saint body was being developed, spreading, and permeating throughout the body. His bones and tendons were resonating, and thunder was rumbling. It was as if he was being reborn. The vitality contained in every cell was also raised in an instant, becoming several times richer. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough! Finally, Chu Mu's saint body, under the stimulation of the potential of the ancient Saint Precious Blood, successfully broke through the peak level 6 saint body and reached the early level 7 saint body. If it had been at the usual cultivation speed, it would have taken at least a few decades to accumulate enough power. After the breakthrough, only a part of the ancient Saint Precious Blood was consumed. The remaining part continued to spread throughout the body, continuously stimulating the potential of Chu Mu's saint body and transforming it into power. Guess what level Chu Mu's saint body will reach? Chapter 1836. It was as if there was a huge volcano in his body. Endless magma surged out under the influence of an invisible force, incessantly surging upwards. The powerful sage body power spread out and ripples spread out. When someone passed by the jade bamboo garden, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the jade bamboo garden in astonishment. He could faintly feel that there seemed to be a powerful force contained within. It was gradually erupting like lava from a volcano. After standing for a long time, he could feel that his blood was being affected and his blood was flowing faster. He did not dare to stand for too long and quickly left to report the matter to Tang Tianhao. After Tang Tianhao heard the news, he rushed to Cui Zhu Garden personally and stood at the entrance to feel it carefully. Looks like little friend Chu also cultivates the path of the sage body. This powerful blood energy fluctuation has obviously reached the level of a level 7 sage body. Tang Tianhao was shocked. At first, he saw that Chu Mu's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th sky of the immemorial realm. However, he did not feel that Chu Mu's sage body was at the peak of the 8th sky of the immemorial realm. He thought that it was ordinary until Chu Mu took out 24 black blood lotus seeds and asked him to find someone to refine them into ancient saint blood lotus elixir. He did not expect that Chu Mu was really a cultivator of the path of the sage body. Moreover, his sage body had reached level 7. A level 7 sage body was very powerful. Its strength, speed, explosiveness, defense, and so on were all very strong. It was stronger than ordinary 7-star martial saints and had amazing self-healing abilities. After the sage body reached level 7, it would give birth to a new ability called limb regrowth. That's right. A level 7 sage body could regrow limbs. For example, a finger could be regrown. Even a broken arm could be regrown. Of course, this would consume a lot of life force and had to be replenished through eating or other method. No matter what, limb regrowth was a miraculous ability. Light injuries could be healed in the blink of an eye, and it wouldn't consume much life force. Under such circumstances, one's survivability would be greatly improved. What a terrifying genius! He cultivates both the sage body and the origin force. Tang Tianhao sighed. If only he was a member of the Tang family. As he spoke, a thought appeared in his mind. However, he immediately shook his head. It was possible to think about it, but he did not know if he could do it. The possibility was extremely low. Keep an eye on this place. Don't let anyone disturb young friend Chu's cultivation. Tang Tianhao ordered and turned to leave. He had other things to take care of. Recently, there had been more and more conflicts between the Tang family and the marionette sect. Although they were all small conflicts, the people involved in the conflicts had risen from mid-level saints to high-level saints. This meant that the conflicts had intensified. Both the Tang family and the marionette sect had suffered losses. The warriors below the top 3 battle powers did not have the right to train the unbreakable puppet body because it required a lot of precious treasures, and could only be provided to a small number of people. Without a doubt, it could only be used by the top 3 battle powers. Without the unbreakable puppet body, the disciples of the puppet martial school were weaker than the Tang family as a whole. Therefore, after many small conflicts, the puppet martial school had suffered more casualties than the Tang family. However, it was only a prelude, which would not affect the overall situation. Nevertheless, it could accumulate enough momentum to prepare for the final battle. Lazy, how's your cultivation of the puppet breaking light coming along? It's already at level 2. Try to reach level 3 as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the final battle between the Tang family and the marionette sect is about to begin. Level 2 puppet breaking light can weaken the unbreakable puppet body by 20%. It's enough for the marionette sect to suffer. Don't be careless. It's best to reach level 3 and weaken the unbreakable puppet body by 30%. Ever since they had gotten the puppet breaking light, the top 3 battle powers of the Tang family had all put in a lot of time to train. To them, even if they used all of the time to train their sword arts, they would not make any progress. It would not affect their power at all. Therefore, they only needed to use a bit of time each day to adjust their condition, and the rest of the time to train the puppet breaking light. Those who were able to reach the top 3 combat strength levels all had decent talent and comprehension. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to cultivate the light of puppet destruction. After dozens of days, they had all reached the 2nd level. There were even a few who had reached the 3rd level. Level 3 puppet breaking light was the highest level. It could weaken the unbreakable puppet body by 30%. Once all of the top 3 battle powers mastered level 3 puppet breaking light, the battle between the Tang family and the marionette sect would inevitably break out. At that time, they believed that the marionette sect would be extremely shocked and horrified. All of this had nothing to do with Chu Mu at the moment. He was still in the middle of training. The remaining ancient saint treasure blood was constantly being consumed, and the potential of the saint body was constantly being stimulated. The whole body was fiery red, as if it was being cooked. Steam filled the room, and covered Chu Mu's body like a fog. That hot air seemed to contain an incomparably tyrannical power, causing people to be shocked. The saint body had broken through from the peak of level 6 to the early level 7. It was not the end, but a new beginning. More potential was stimulated, and it was quickly turned into power to refine Chu Mu's early level 7 saint body. It was improving at an astonishing speed, and it was approaching the middle level of level 7. The power of a high-level saint body was much stronger than that of a middle-level saint body. With each small improvement, the increase in power was more obvious, and the impact on one's strength was more obvious. An incomparably powerful energy was constantly being stimulated within his body, surging and surging like endless waves, endless and boundless. It was like the roar of the sea, like the roar of magma, like the raging thunder. He had broken through to the middle level of level 7. Even more powerful energy, even more vigorous life force. However, that drop of ancient sacred blood still wasn't completely used up. It continued to stimulate the enormous potential in Chu Mu's body. However, as the level of Chu Mu's saint body increased, the pain caused by the ancient saint treasure blood was greatly reduced, and it could no longer affect Chu Mu. The power was like a long river rushing in his body, and it was integrated into his bones, tendons, muscles, skin, and blood. It was constantly being refined, and he became even stronger. There seemed to be many tyrannical dragons in his body. That kind of power was extremely shocking. The last trace of ancient saint treasure blood was consumed, and it also exhausted the last bit of power to stimulate the last bit of potential. It gathered with the other stimulated potentials and turned into a force that quickly rushed into Chu Mu's body. It integrated into every part of his saint body and rushed into every cell. An even stronger force was fed back from the cells, and it swept through his entire body. His saint body broke through again, and he reached the late level of level 7. The thick white fog that filled the room gradually dissipated, and Chu Mu's figure appeared. On the surface there was no change, but the power in his body had increased by many times. The increase from the peak of level 6 to the late level 7 was huge and significant. With a thought, the muscles on his body undulated, and a violent force was transmitted and vibrated, as if it was out of control. Chu Mu knew that this was because the power of his saint body had increased too much in a short period of time, and he had not fully mastered it. It would only take some time for him to fully master it. He bent his fingers and gently straightened them. The void seemed to have broken strings. As it collapsed, an invisible force came out of his fingers, piercing through the air, and finally hit the wall of the room with a violent bang. It was like a giant hammer had hit, causing the room to tremble. There was a corresponding seal in the room that could not be broken by the attack of a high-level martial saint. The fact that Chu Mu could shake it slightly with a finger showed how amazing the physical strength of his saint body was at this time. Vigorous qi and blood flowed slowly and evenly in his body. His strong and powerful heart beat. Every time the blood was sent out, it was like the water of 1,000-foot waterfall. A trace of gold was looming in the red blood that was pure and viscous like mercury, exuding a unique and noble aura. This trace of blood was called saint blood. Saint blood would only appear when a cultivator of the path of the saint body had refined his saint body to level 7. It was possible, but not certain, because among all the cultivators of the path of the saint body, only those with enough potential would have saint blood appear. If the potential was not enough, even a level 9 saint body would not have saint blood. He clenched his fists, and the void exploded. A strong aura rushed out and his eyes shone brightly. If I were to encounter Gu Xing Dao again now, Chu Mu thought to himself. He imagined the situation. It would be the opposite. He would not be chased by Gu Xing Dao, but he would be suppressed by Gu Xing Dao. Origin Force Cultivation at the peak of level 8 of the Immemorial Realm and a level 7 Saint Body. After I get the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Elixir, I can leave Sin Yen City and return to the 5 cities. Silently muttering to himself, Chu Mu got up, removed the seal, and walked out of the room. He felt that he had spent at least 100 days in seclusion this time. After all, this wasn't his territory, so he had to go out and say hello. Young Master Chu, you've come out of seclusion. When the guard outside Green Bamboo Garden saw Chu Mu, he quickly bowed and greeted him respectfully. Yes. Can you take me to see the Tang family head? Chu Mu asked. Young Master Chu, please follow me. The guard could not refuse. He quickly turned around and led the way. Tang Tianhao was handling some matters. When he heard that Chu Mu had come out of seclusion, he immediately put down his work. Young Master Chu, it seems that your cultivation has improved again, Tang Tianhao said with a smile. Tang Tianhao smiled. This time, he carefully felt Chu Mu's blood flow. Chu Mu had just broken through to the sacred body, so he had not completely controlled it. Hence, a part of it leaked out and was easily felt by Tang Tianhao. Chapter 1837. Tang Family Head, how's the puppet breaking light coming along? Chu Mu asked. It's already at level 3. Tang Tianhao said. Tomorrow, the 3 most powerful warriors of the Tang family will take the initiative to attack the marionette sect and destroy it. Tang Tianhao didn't hide his plan from Chu Mu, an outsider of the Tang family. If the plan was leaked, the marionette sect would definitely be on guard. Count me in, said Chu Mu. His sacred body had gone from the peak of the 6th rank to the late stage of the 7th rank. In a short period of time, he had risen too quickly. Therefore, he hadn't completely grasped his strength yet. It was perfect for him to participate in Puppet Sect's fight and fight the 3 great fighting strength experts of Puppet Sect. This would allow him to quickly familiarize himself with his explosive increase in strength and completely grasp it. Okay. Tang Tianhao laughed. Chu Mu returned to the green bamboo garden and met Tang Qianxue. She chatted with him for a while. Tang Qianxue seemed to be very interested in the 5 cities. She asked about this and that. Tang Tianhao arranged everything, and the entire Tang family started to operate in an orderly manner. The marionette sect is willing to be loyal to the young master. Good. If you're loyal to me, you're my people. I won't let you get hurt. 7 blades. A young but domineering voice sounded. Yes, young master. 7 different voices sounded. I order you to guard the marionette sect and help them fight against the Tang family, the young but domineering voice said. Yes, young master. Thank you, young master. The entire marionette sect is loyal to you. All of a sudden, the experts in Sin City sensed something unusual. It was as if a storm was coming, and it made it hard for them to breathe. On the 2nd day, before the sun rose, the strong cultivators gathered in the Tang family. Under Tang Tianhao's lead, they quickly left the Tang family and went to the marionette sect. At the same time, the Tang family's defense was activated. Everyone was mobilized, and the experts who stayed behind were spread out to prevent other forces from attacking. Chu Mu followed Tang Tianhao and the rest. Tang Tianhao was the leader, a bright moon sword saint. Other than Tang Tianhao, the rest were all dark star sword saints. However, there was still a bright moon sword saint among the Tang family's guards. On the surface, the Tang family had 2 bright moon sword saints. With such strength, they might be even stronger than the evil dragon palace. Not including Chu Mu, 1 bright moon rank sword saint and 5 dark star sword saints were extremely fast. They silently streaked across the sky and quickly headed towards Puppet Sect. Sin City was called a city, but it wasn't really a city because it wasn't surrounded by walls like the other 5 cities. Instead, it occupied a large area. Not only were there various factions, but there were also rivers, lakes, small mountains, and forests. Strictly speaking, Sin Yen City was like a city or a county. The distance between the Tang family and the marionette sect was quite far. Even with their speed, it took them nearly an hour to arrive. Kill! Tang Tianhao shouted. When they arrived outside the marionette sect, they didn't need to hide anymore. They unleashed their thunderous attacks and charged into the marionette sect. Enemy attack! The people of the marionette sect roared. The roar spread and they died immediately. All the members of the marionette sect were mobilized. However, those who weren't in the top 3 battle powers couldn't stop the 7 at all. Kill, kill, kill. However, Chu Mu and the rest of the 7 didn't purposely chase after the cultivators who weren't in the top 3 battle powers. Killing them wouldn't shake the foundation of the marionette sect. After one died, they could recruit or train another one. Only the top 3 battle powers were the foundation of a force. Chu Mu only used his sword slightly. His goal was to adapt to the increase in his saint body's physical strength. The 7 of them were extremely fast. Soon, a sharp scream sounded. The disciples of the marionette sect who were charging at them all retreated. Then, black-robed figures with powerful auras appeared one after another. They were the top 3 battle powers of the marionette sect. Tang Tianhao of the Tang family, the marionette sect has been waiting for you for a long time. The leader of the group was the leader of the marionette sect. Under the black robe, He let out a strange laugh. The top 3 battle powers of the marionette sect all cultivated the unbreakable puppet body. Therefore, they all wore black robes that covered their bodies. Although they looked similar, it was still possible to distinguish between the black robes with golden edges and the black robes with silver edges. The black robes with golden edges represented the bright moon rank, while the black robes with silver edges represented the dark star rank. It was easy to tell them apart. Right now, there were 8 people on the side of the marionette sect. In terms of numbers, they outnumbered the Tang family. However, there was only one black robe with golden edges, which meant that there was only one bright moon rank on the side of the marionette sect. The other 7 were all dark star rank. After all, the history of the marionette sect was shorter than that of the Tang family. It was normal that they didn't have as many top 3 battle powers as the Tang family. The reason why the other forces were wary of them was that they couldn't break through the powerful defense of the unbreakable puppet body. If they couldn't break through the defense, they couldn't defeat the marionette sect. Therefore, the marionette sect was able to gain a foothold in Sin City and slowly develop. The marionette sect also changed its arrogant attitude when it was in the 5 cities. It was much more low-key now. Therefore, it didn't cause any public anger or get attacked. However, after many years of development, conflicts with other forces were unavoidable. Most of the conflicts were with the Tang family. The marionette sect originally had 1 bright moon sword saint and 8 dark star sword saints. However, one of them was killed by Chu Mu, so there were only 7 left. Today is the day that the marionette sect will be destroyed, Tang Tianhao said coldly as a murderous aura spread out. Everyone knows how to boast. The leader of the marionette sect laughed strangely and said, however, it is true that you will all die here. Don't worry, you won't die for nothing. When the time comes, the marionette sect will make good use of your bodies. I'm afraid that your wish won't come true. Tang Tianhao's tone was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his sword and attacked the leader of the marionette sect. Bright Moon Sword Saints versus Bright Moon Sword Saints. In terms of attacking power, Tang Tianhao was indeed more powerful than the leader of the marionette sect. However, the leader of the marionette sect's unbreakable puppet body could block the attacks of Bright Moon Sword Saint. Even peak Bright Moon Sword Saints couldn't break through it. Soon, Tang Tianhao and the leader of the marionette sect engaged in a fierce battle. Sword light flashed, and the battle was intense. Kill. Hee outsider, let's see who can kill the opponent first. Lazy smiled at Chu Mu and turned into a flash of lightning. He tore through the sky and attacked a dark star sword saint of the marionette sect. There were still 7 people from the marionette sect, while the Tang family had 6. The battle started immediately. The masters of the Tang family didn't use the light of puppet breaking right away. This was something they had discussed before. They would start fighting first, and when the battle was about to end, they would use the light of puppet breaking together. This way, they could catch the masters of the marionette sect off guard and kill them. After all, the people of the marionette sect were not stupid. Since the Tang family dared to take the initiative to attack them, they must have something to rely on. Therefore, the marionette sect would definitely be on guard. Once the battle reached a certain level and became intense, the people of the marionette sect would probably lower their guard. When that happened, they would use the light of puppet breaking and kill them. A dark star sword saint of the marionette sect targeted Chu Mu. The black-robed figure turned into a black tornado and appeared in front of Chu Mu. The black sword sliced through the air and struck down. Chu Mu didn't dodge at all. He raised the blaze spirit sword and blocked it directly. Chu Mu still wasn't used to the sudden increase in power. Therefore, he didn't kill the dark star sword saint right away. Right now, he had the power to break through the unbreakable puppet body of a dark star sword saint without using the light of puppet breaking. The most powerful dark star sword saint under Tang Tianhao of the Tang family was fighting against 2 dark star sword saints of the marionette sect. At the moment, he was at a disadvantage, but he could still hold on. Right now, he was waiting for the right time to use the light of puppet breaking together and kill all of the people of the marionette sect. The battle was still going on. In the deeper part of the marionette sect there were 7 figures. They were either standing straight with cold faces, or sitting with their arms crossed in front of their chests with a relaxed expression. Some were sitting with their legs crossed, and some were half lying down. Among the 7 people, there were 5 men and 2 women. They all looked different. Some were pretty, some were ugly, some were tall, and some were fat. They were all very unique. What do you guys think the Tang family is relying on? Why did they come to the marionette sect? Do they have a way to break through the unbreakable puppet body? A person leaning against the wall asked casually. Maybe. Otherwise, with Tang Tianhao's personality, he wouldn't do something so strenuous and unrewarding, a person standing straight with a cold expression said. Whether they do or not, we will know when we continue watching. If they don't, we don't even need to do anything this time. The Tang family will be finished, a beauty with one eye said lightly with her arms crossed in front of her chest. These 7 people were the 7 blades that the so-called young master had sent to help the marionette sect. They were 7 powerful dark star sword saints. Each of them had terrifying power and extraordinary technique. However, if the marionette sect could take care of itself, they wouldn't show up. They would only show up when the marionette sect was defeated. Right now, although the battle was intense, the 2 sides were almost on par. There was no need for them to do anything. They could just watch the show. Who is that person? I don't think there is such a person in the Tang family. A girl who looked like a loli and was playing with a short sword stared at Chu Mu and said casually. I'm not sure. Maybe he is a newly recruited elite of the Tang family. He is quite young, and I don't think he is very old. With such power, it means that he is very talented, a beauty with one eye said. No matter how talented he is, he can't be compared to the young master, a tall and skinny person sneered. The young master's talent is number 1 in Sin Yen City. No one can be compared to him. Lantern Festival, please enjoy the fireworks and beauties. Chapter 1838. A dark star sword saint was indeed a good opponent. During the battle, Chu Mu continued to familiarize himself with his own power. However, the swordsmanship he displayed was normal and nothing special. After all, he was not trying to kill his opponent, but to familiarize himself with his own power. Moreover, this was a battle between the Tang family and marionette sect. Although he was participating, he did not intend to perform too well. Tang Tianhao, do you think you can break my unbreakable puppet body? You are too naive. In the midst of the battle, the leader of marionette sect suddenly laughed out loud. His voice was hoarse and strange. He had always thought that the Tang family must have had something to rely on since they dared to attack marionette sect. Hence, he wanted to force them to use their trump card so that he could deal with them better. Otherwise, it would be a burden to his mind to be alert all the time. The power of the Tang family's secret sword is not something you can understand. Tang Tianhao understood what the leader of marionette sect meant. However, he purposely used the Tang family's secret sword to mislead his opponent. The Tang family's secret sword was a legend in Sin City. It was a powerful secret sword that even the Sin City Lord residents feared. The Tang family's secret sword is indeed not weak. However, it is not enough to break my unbreakable puppet body. The leader of marionette sect laughed. Many years ago, he had fought with Tang Tianhao. At that time, he had personally withstood Tang Tianhao's secret sword. It was indeed very powerful and had broken his unbreakable puppet body. However, it had only broken it slightly and was not enough to threaten his life. Perhaps after so many years, Tang Tianhao's secret sword had become more powerful. However, his unbreakable puppet body had also become more powerful. Hence, the leader of marionette sect was not afraid of the Tang family's secret sword. At most, he was a little worried. I have already cultivated the Tang family's secret sword to the highest level. Tang Tianhao laughed coldly and suddenly shouted, "Secret sword." In an instant, the long sword in Tang Tianhao's hand emitted a dazzling radiance. It was like a scorching sun. The radiance was so dazzling that it attracted everyone's attention. The intense radiance shrunk continuously, and a shocking energy fluctuation spread out. What a powerful power! The Tang family's secret sword is indeed worthy of its reputation. Seven Blades, who was far away, discussed. "Kill!" Tang Tianhao shouted, his voice filled with murderous intent. His sword pierced through the air and turned into a dazzling radiance that shot towards the marionette sect leader. Just by looking at the momentum and the intensity of the light, people were shocked. Although the leader of the marionette school was very confident in his unbreakable marionette body, he did not want to take the attack of the Tang family's secret sword head-on. Puppet shield. As the leader of the marionette martial school shouted, a pitch-black area appeared in front of him. It was a huge shield made of black bones, blocking the attack of the secret sword of the Tang family. The puppet shield was a shield made from the bones of the puppet school. It was also a special secret technique. However, it was rarely used because their unbreakable puppet body was already powerful enough. They would only use it when they were not sure. Once the shield was broken, it would be useless. The appearance of the Tang family's secret sword and the puppet shield also attracted the attention of the other people who were fighting. In an instant, the Tang family's secret sword struck the pitch-black puppet shield with an incomparably bright light. There was no shocking sound. The intense sword light seemed to be illusory. When it came into contact with the puppet shield, it disappeared. Immediately, Tang Tianhao and the other people's left hands lit up with yellow light and shot out. That's right. Tang Tianhao's secret sword of the Tang family was fake. Of course, he could perform the real Tang family's secret sword. However, he knew that even if he performed the full power of the Tang family's secret sword, he would only be able to slightly break the defense of the marionette body. It would not be a real threat and it would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, before they left, they had already discussed that they would fight fiercely to lower the alertness of the marionette school's experts. Then, they would perform the fake Tang family's secret sword as a signal. After practicing the Tang family's secret sword for hundreds of years, they had already mastered it deeply. It was not hard to fake the aura of the Tang family's secret sword. This bluff was a signal for everyone to perform the puppet-breaking light together. The marionette school's leader realized that something was wrong when the Tang family's secret sword hit the puppet shield and disappeared. He immediately dodged. The yellow light shot out from Tang Tianhao's hand at an extremely fast speed, hitting the marionette school's leader directly. At the same time, Chu Mu and the other Tang family's experts also shot out the puppet-breaking light, hitting the marionette school's expert. However, the marionette school had 7 dark star-level experts, while the Tang family had 6 including Chu Mu. Only 6 dark star-level experts shot out the marionette school's light. After being hit, the marionette school's dark star-level experts trembled. They immediately felt that their bodies were weakened by at least 30%. They were horrified. "Kill! Die!" Tang Tianhao and the other Tang family's experts all yelled. Their auras exploded, and the sword light was extremely bright. Unable to dodge, the leader of the puppet martial school, along with the 6 dark star sword saints, were all hit by the swords of the powerful warriors of the Tang family. Their black robes were shattered, and their unbreakable puppet body, which had an amazing defensive power, was instantly shattered. Haha, it is indeed effective. Lazy could not stop laughing, but the sword in his hand did not stop. After hitting the marionette school's leader's body, his sword attacks were continuous like lightning. After being struck by the light of puppet destruction, his strength had been weakened by 30%, and his reaction speed had been significantly reduced as well. Furthermore, he had been struck by a sword, and his defense had been broken. His heart was filled with shock, and his reaction speed had been reduced by a sliver. Seizing the opportunity, A series of sword lights descended upon him, slicing his unbreakable puppet body into pieces. After being hit by the sword, the marionette school's leader was horrified, but he still reacted quickly. He performed the marionette substitution art, which was a combination of the marionette school and the unbreakable puppet body. With a bang, his real body appeared far away and dodged Tang Tianhao's second sword. He did not even look back as he quickly ran toward Seven Blades. The dark star-level sword saints who were not hit by the puppet-breaking light also retreated quickly after slashing their swords. Out of the 6 dark star-level sword saints, 3 were killed directly. The remaining 3 who were stronger were still struggling, but it seemed that they were not far from death. "The 7 of you, please help me," the marionette school's leader shouted as he ran away. Tang Tianhao, who was chasing after the marionette school's leader, heard this and his expression changed. Immediately, 7 different figures appeared in front of him and blocked Tang Tianhao's path. "Tang family head, stop here," the leader, a middle-aged expert with a cold expression, said in a deep voice. "You are." Tang Tianhao revealed a fearful expression. The 7 people in front of him looked completely different, but each of them was emitting a shocking aura. They were all at the peak of the dark star level, and they were definitely not from the marionette sect. Standing in the middle was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. On his sides were a one-eyed beauty with a black eye patch, giving off a wild aura. There was a tall, skinny man with a cold expression who looked abnormally handsome. There was a short girl with the face of a teenage girl. Her head was bald and her body was fat. Her belly was huge, and she looked like she weighed a few hundred pounds. There was a strange man in a white robe with extremely long hair that reached the ground. 7 people, each one of them so eye-catching, leaving a deep impression on people. Tang Tianhao seemed to have thought of the identities of the 7 people, and his expression changed drastically. "Stop," Tang Tianhao said. The experts of the Tang family stopped, and the remaining 3 dark star-level sword saints of the marionette school were immediately given a chance to live. They were terrified as they had almost been killed. "Tang family head, the marionette school has already pledged allegiance to the young master. You can't touch them," the leader of 7 Blades said again. "Young master." Tang Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he knew who the young master was, and his guess was confirmed. These 7 people were the 7 Blades under the young master. They were very famous and each of them was very powerful. The 7 of them could even form the 7 stars death array, and had once killed a bright moon sword saint. This was one thing to be wary of. Another thing was that the young master was very famous, and Tang Tianhao was very wary of him. "Family head." The experts of the Tang family gathered and stared at 7 Blades. They seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically. "Go back." Tang Tianhao looked deeply at the leader of the marionette school. Even though he was very unwilling, he couldn't continue to attack. If he did, he would have to fight with the 7 Blades. Becoming enemies with the young master would be a disaster for the Tang family. Even if the marionette school was destroyed, the Tang family might be destroyed by the young master. The plan that was supposed to succeed had to be stopped because of an unexpected person. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Chumu didn't say anything. He didn't know who the 7 people were, and he also didn't know who the young master was. Overall, he was only here to sharpen his strength. The other things weren't important. Tang Tianhao led the group and left the marionette school quickly, heading back to the Tang family. "Damn it! How could this happen? We were about to destroy the marionette school," Lazy said angrily. "Who would have thought that the marionette school would pledge allegiance to the young master? If we continue to attack, the Tang family will become the young master's enemy. The consequences are not something we can bear." "Damn it!" Everyone cursed angrily. "Who is the young master?" Chumu couldn't help but ask curiously. Who could make the experts of the Tang family so afraid? "Little friend Chu, there is only one young master in Xin Yan City, and that is the young master of the City Lord Mansion. His name is Helian Shui, and he is extremely talented. He's only at the middle stage of the 9th sky of the Wangu realm, but he can reach the peak of the Bright Moon realm. He's extremely powerful. It's said that once he reaches the peak of the 9th sky of the Wangu realm, his strength will reach the level of a bright sun sword saint, Tang Tianhao said solemnly. Chu Mu was astonished. Helian Shui was so talented that he could reach the level of the 5 great cities and 6 great stars. No wonder the Tang family was so afraid of him. Chapter 1839. They are Sky Blade, Giant Blade, Ghost Blade. Tang Tianhao introduced them one by one to Chu Mu. The 7 blades of death are not the strongest under the young master. The strongest are other people. They are called the Yin Yang Elders by the outside world. They are Elder Yang Xian and Elder Yin Xian. They are both Bright Moon Sword Saints. The Yin Yang Elders can also form the Yin Yang Dual Mysterious Sword Formation. It is very powerful and can fight against an extreme Bright Moon Sword Saint. After Chu Mu finished listening, he was even more shocked. It seemed that Helian Shui was even more outstanding than the 6 great stars of the 5 great cities. After all, although the 6 great stars had outstanding talent, they didn't have so many experts loyal to them. Directly pledging loyalty and pledging loyalty because of one's status were 2 different concepts. In this way, Helian Shui himself was an extreme Bright Moon Sword Saint. The Yin Yang Elders under him were also Bright Moon Sword Saints. When they worked together to form the formation, they had the strength of an extreme Bright Moon Sword Saint. The 7 blades of death were all extreme Dark Star Sword Saints. If they formed the 7 stars death formation, they would be able to kill a Bright Moon Sword Saint. Their strength was probably close to the extreme Bright Moon Sword Saint. The Tang family was one of the top 5 forces in Sin City. However, they only had 2 Bright Moon Sword Saints. Only one of them was at the extreme Bright Moon Sword Saint. They couldn't fight against Helian Shui. Even the 2nd-ranked Sacred Fire sect didn't want to provoke Helian Shui. Even if they could suppress and defeat Helian Shui, they couldn't forget that Helian Shui was the young master of the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was the strongest force in Sin City. Tang Tianhao led the experts of the Tang family back to the Tang family. They were all depressed. Only Chu Mu's expression didn't change. Whether the marionette sect was destroyed or not didn't have much to do with him. After returning to the Tang family, Chu Mu returned to the green bamboo garden to practice his sword. He wanted to familiarize himself with his strength. Battling with a Dark Star Sword Saint from the marionette school had allowed Chu Mu to control most of his power. Right now, he only had a small part of it left. Now, all he had to do was wait for the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill to be completed. Then, he would leave Sin Yen City and return to the 5 great cities. Young master, I've found it. That person's name is Chu Mu. I'm guessing that he's a genius expert from one of the 5 great cities who came to our Sin City through a spatial rift. He was originally picked up by the marionette sect and was prepared to be used as fertilizer for the Black Blood Lotus before bringing him into the Evil Lotus Cave. Elder Yin Xian, one of the Yin Yang elders under Helian Shui-Yi's command, reported all the information he had gathered. So marionette sect actually has the Black Blood Lotus, Helian Shui muttered to himself. Previously, they didn't know that marionette sect had a secret Evil Lotus Cave. After all, marionette sect had made it very secretive. Secondly, they didn't try their best to investigate, so they didn't know. After all, the 10 great forces in Sin Yen City all had their own trump cards in secret. If they were to recklessly investigate, it would easily arouse the hostility of the other 9 great forces. Once they provoked public anger, no matter how powerful Sin Yen City was, they wouldn't easily become enemies with the other 9 great forces. Yes. Now that all 9 Black Blood Lotuses have been destroyed, Chu Mu has obtained 24 lotus seeds. Tang Tianhao will use them to help Chongxing refine the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill, Elder Yin Xian said. Ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill. Helian Shui's eyes flickered. Young master, when the time comes, do you want to retrieve the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill? Elder Yin Xian asked, as if the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill belonged to them. Young master's cultivation of the path of the sage body has already reached the 6th level. After a few more years of cultivation and reaching the 7th level, the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill will be able to be put to good use and improve your sage body even further. Yang Xian, I'll leave this matter to you, Helian Shui instructed. Yes, young master, Elder Yang Xian replied immediately. The reason why he didn't let Elder Yin Xian handle this matter was because Elder Yin Xian had always been unscrupulous. However, Helian Shui didn't want to fall out with the Tang family, so he let Elder Yang Xian handle this matter. Family head, a person who calls himself Elder Yang Xian requests to see you, a guard of the Tang family reported to Tang Tianhao. Elder Yang Xian. Tang Tianhao's expression suddenly changed. Helian Shui was one of the strongest subordinates of the young master. Why did he want to see him? Tang Tianhao didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. Let him in. Although he had a bad feeling, Tang Tianhao couldn't refuse. Haha, Yang Xian greets family head Tang. Family head Tang is still as elegant as ever. Elder Yang Xian entered and immediately laughed. Elder Yang Xian's visit brings light to the Tang family. Tang Tianhao also laughed and went forward to welcome him. Both of them looked excited, but it was mostly an act. After some small talk, Tang Tianhao decided to get to the main topic. Otherwise, he didn't know how long they would have to talk. Elder Yang Xian is the strongest subordinate of the young master. You have to share the young master's burdens and solve his problems. You must have something important to tell me, Tang Tianhao said. One doesn't visit a temple without a reason. Elder Yang Xian smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, family head Tang. Our young master wants to do business with you. Tang Tianhao's expression changed slightly, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. I wonder what kind of business Elder Yang Xian is referring to? Tang Tianhao looked cautious. Not long after, the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir from Chongqing should be refined successfully. Elder Yang Xian smiled. Tang Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Indeed, Yang Xian came here with evil intentions. He was actually here for the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir. Family head Tang, you must know that our young master is also cultivating his divine body. Now that his divine body has reached the late stage of grade 6, he will definitely be able to break through to grade 7 in a few years. At that time, he will need better treasures to help his cultivation. The ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir appeared at the right time. First, I would like to congratulate the young master. Then, I would like to apologize because the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir doesn't belong to me, Tang Tianhao said. I know. A genius called Chu Mu asked family head Tang to refine it for him. I think this is the Tang family. Family head Tang should have enough authority to make the decision. Elder Yang Xian smiled. If family head Tang can't make the decision, why don't you invite Chu Mu out? I will discuss it with him. Tang Tianhao frowned and didn't answer directly. Elder Yang Xian didn't rush him either. He looked at Tang Tianhao with a smile. Elder Yang Xian, please wait for a moment, Tang Tianhao said. He turned around and left quickly, heading towards the jade bamboo garden. Family head Tang, there is no need to be anxious. Elder Yang Xian revealed a victorious smile, looking relaxed. Young Master Helian Shui had his eyes on the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir. However, the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir didn't belong to the Tang family. It belonged to Chu Mu. If the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir belonged to the Tang family, Tang Tianhao might agree to the deal even if he was unwilling. However, the truth was that Tang Tianhao didn't have the authority to make the decision. The decision was in Chu Mu's hands. Therefore, Tang Tianhao decided to go to the jade bamboo garden personally to find Chu Mu and explain the situation clearly. Tang Tianhao sped up and arrived at the jade bamboo garden. he found Chu Mu, who was practicing his sword. "Little friend Chu, the situation is like this." Tang Tianhao didn't bother with small talk. He went straight to the point and said, "In my opinion, if the young master's conditions are good, you should agree to it." "Family head Tang, I will go with you to see Yang Xian," Chu Mu said with a smile. "Okay, little friend. Remember, this is Sin City. Don't make an enemy out of the young master," Tang Tianhao emphasized again. "Family head Tang, who is the strongest person in Sin City?" "How strong is he?" Chu Mu asked again. "The strongest person in Sin City is the city lord of Sin City, a bright sun sword saint," Tang Tianhao said. "A bright young sword saint." Chu Mu heaved a sigh of relief and made a decision in his heart. The strongest experts of the 5 great cities were the 7 kings, peerless experts. However, the strongest expert of Sin Yen City was a bright young sword saint. Even if he wasn't a match for a bright young sword saint, he wasn't afraid. Soon, Chu Mu followed Tang Tianhao to the main hall of the Tang family. "You must be Chu Mu. You are indeed extraordinary," Elder Yang Xian said with a smile. "Elder Yang Xian, you are too polite," Chu Mu said indifferently. "Little friend Chu, the Tang family head should have told you about this, right?" Elder Yang Xian asked with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, but I am sorry. The ancient Saint Blood Lotus Elixir is useful to me." Chu Mu didn't wait for Elder Yang Xian to state the conditions of the deal and rejected him directly. Tang Tianhao was shocked, but he couldn't stop him in time. Elder Yang Xian was also stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Mu to say that. "Little friend Chu, don't speak too quickly," Elder Yang Xian said with a smile. "Perhaps the Tang family head didn't tell you clearly what it means to be a young lord in Sin Yen City." "I am not from Sin Yen City," Chu Mu said. "It is very far to return to the 5 great cities from Sin Yen City. It is not that easy. If you are not careful, you may die on the way," Elder Yang Xian said with a smile. His tone sounded like he was chatting, but it was full of threat. "Usually, those who want to kill me will die under my sword." Chu Mu didn't care and replied indifferently, "So, before you make an enemy out of me, you better think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences." Tang Tianhao could only feel the threat in their words getting stronger and stronger. "I hope that you will change your mind soon." Elder Yang Xian didn't intend to continue arguing with Chu Mu. There was no need for that. Hence, after giving Chu Mu a deep look, he turned and left the Tang family. Chu Mu didn't reply. Although he wouldn't change his mind, there was no need to say it out loud. When the time was right, Elder Yang Xian would understand. Chapter 1840. Little friend Chu, this is not a wise decision. Tang Tianhao sighed. Although you are not from Sin City and intend to leave, before you leave, you are still in the territory of Sin City. Even if you leave Sin City and return to the 5 cities, it will take at least 4 to 5 years. Tang family head, you don't have to worry too much, Chu Mu said. He knew that Tang Tianhao meant well. After all, the Tang family was rooted in Sin City. If they wanted to develop, they had to consider all aspects. Hence, they had to be more careful when doing things. Chu Mu was different. He had always been alone and did not have any attachments. Hence, he did things based on his own will and had fewer worries. Even so, Chu Mu understood that he could not stay in the Tang family any longer. Otherwise, he would bring unnecessary trouble to the Tang family. After all, Chu Mu did not know Helian Shui at all. If he was a narrow-minded person, he would vent his anger on the Tang family. "Thank you for your hospitality, Tang family head. I will take my leave first. I will come back for the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Elixir after I finish refining it." Chu Mu did not give Tang Tianhao a chance to persuade him to stay. His figure flashed and he left quickly. Little friend Chu. Tang Tianhao did not have time to stop him. In fact, Chu Mu, who had control of 90% of his strength, had the strength of a bright moon sword saint. He was not any weaker than Tang Tianhao. Even with his speed, Tang Tianhao could not catch up. I hope he is all right. Tang Tianhao frowned and sighed. Since the young master got involved, things had become complicated. He had to consider the survival and development of the Tang family. Sin Yen City's territory was very large. If Chu Mu wanted to find a place to live, it wouldn't be difficult. After paying some sinner's heart, he obtained a manor as a place to stay. Although the manor was old, it was big enough. Chu Mu practiced his sword every day and comprehended the sword heaven and earth. He practiced his strength while waiting for the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir to be completed. Today, Chu Mu was practicing his swordsmanship in the open space of the manor when a strange person slowly walked in from outside. He was thin and tall like a bamboo pole. With your talent, even if you work a few times harder, you still can't compare to the young master. The skinny man walked into the manor and laughed coldly as he spoke to Chu Mu, who was practicing his swordsmanship. His voice was somewhat piercing. Chu Mu immediately recognized that this skinny man was one of the 7 strange people that appeared in Marionette's sect that day. He was also one of Helian Shui's 7 blades. According to Tang Tianhao's introduction, this person was Thousand Blade of the 7 blades. Tang Tianhao had also explained to Chu Mu why it was called Thousand Blades. He continued to practice his swordsmanship, ignoring the other party. Do you think that you can avoid the young master just because you left the Tang clan and came here? You're too naive. There's nothing in Sin Yen City that you don't know. The skinny Thousand-Edged's arms, which were longer than an ordinary person's, hung down and swung. He sneered as he spoke with an ear-piercing voice. Your voice is very unpleasant to hear. Don't disturb my practice. Chu Mu said indifferently as he practiced his swordsmanship. Thousand-Edged's expression immediately changed when he heard these words. Practice your swordsmanship? I'll let you practice your swordsmanship to your heart's content. The skinny Thousand-Edged angrily said. He swung his arm like a whip. Sword light appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards Chu Mu. In the next moment, it was as if over 100 swords had been unsheathed and slashed out at the same time, enveloping Chu Mu's entire body and attacking him from every angle. The name Thousand-Edged of the 7 blades came from this person's sword. In an instant, it was as if there were over 1,000 swords attacking at the same time and from every angle. Just think about it. In an instant, 1,000 swords attacked from every angle. Each sword contained astonishing power and sharpness. It was difficult to defend against, difficult to dodge, and difficult to deal with. Others might not understand, but Chu Mu could see the profoundness within. The so-called Thousand-Edged was only a technique to exert force, and a technique to use the sword. His incomparably flexible arms instantly erupted with potential as he swung his sword at an extremely high speed, creating the visual effect of 1,000 swords attacking at the same time. In reality, there was still a difference between the 1,000 swords. However, due to the extreme speed, it created a feeling of simultaneous attack. This time, the skinny Thousand-Edged did not use his full strength. He only swung his 100 swords. In Chu Mu's eyes, the trajectory of these 100 sword light was very clear. The order was within his grasp. With a shift of his feet, his figure nimbly shuttled through the 100 swords. A sword light directly cut through and appeared in front of the skinny Thousand-Edged, stabbing towards his forehead. The skinny Thousand-Edged was immediately shocked. He quickly retreated, dodged and counterattacked. A total of 1,000 sword light attacked from every direction. This time, Chu Mu did not dodge. Instead, he swung his sword. The sword light leaped forward and slashed towards the skinny Thousand-Edged. After attacking twice, not only did the skinny Thousand-Edged fail, but he also felt threatened. He finally realized that his strength was not enough to deal with Chu Mu. Fearing that Chu Mu would kill him, he did not say anything and directly retreated. He erupted with his full speed and quickly left the manor. He even forgot his purpose of coming to the manor to look for Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not chase after him. If he wanted to, he could indeed chase after the skinny Thousand Edge and kill him. However, the consequence of doing so would be completely falling out with Helian Shui. If possible, Chu Mu was not willing to do such a thing. After all, the ancient sage blood lotus pellet had not been refined yet. He still needed to stay in Sin Yen City for a period of time. As long as he obtained the ancient sage blood lotus pellet, he would not need to have such misgivings. He continued to practice his sword. "You're back. Did you bring the news?" After the skinny Thousand Edge returned to the young lord residence, Li Run, one of the 7 deadly blades, asked with a smile. "I want to see the young lord." Thousand Edge's expression was very serious. He saw Helian Shui. "Young lord, I have failed in my duty. I did not bring the message." Thousand Edge knelt and said, "What happened?" Helian Shui was slightly surprised. "I found Chu Mu. He was practicing his sword, so I made a move to test him. I discovered that his strength was stronger than I imagined. Perhaps he is at the level of a bright moon sword saint. Therefore, I hurried back to report this matter to the young lord." The skinny Thousand Edge said, "Moreover, his sword skills are very profound and unfathomable." Bright moon sword saint. Helian Shui was slightly startled. The other people beside him, including the Yinyang elders and the other 7 deadly blades, all revealed astonished expressions. They originally thought that Chu Mu was at the Dark Star level. They did not expect him to be at the Bright Moon Sword Saint. This was beyond their expectations. But, so what? Even if he was at the peak of the Bright Moon Sword Saint, they would not be afraid. "Young lord, let 7 deadly blades take action. Let's just kill him." Elder Yin Xian chuckled. 7 deadly blades also looked at Helian Shui with anticipation. In their definition, anyone who wanted to be the young lord's enemy was their enemy. Since they were enemies, only death awaited them. 7 deadly blades, take action. Helian Shui glanced at them and immediately said, "Yes, young lord." 7 deadly blades replied in unison. After bowing, they quickly turned and left. Looking at the back of 7 deadly blades, Helian Shui suddenly felt a trace of unease. "Young lord, 7 deadly blades, 7 deadly blades battle formation is very powerful. If the 2 of us do not set up the battle formation, it will be difficult for us to resist it." "There is no need to worry," Elder Yang Xian said confidently, as if he saw the unease in Helian Shui's eyes. Indeed, even if Chu Mu had the strength of a bright moon sword saint, he could at most suppress 7 deadly blade. It was impossible for him to kill them. If 7 deadly blades failed, it would mean that Chu Mu's strength was much higher than they had imagined. If that was the case, they would have to redefine themselves. However, no matter what, they were confident because the young lord was undefeatable. "Yinyang elders, you too follow them," Helian Shui said. After the 7 figures left the young lord manor, they quickly left. Under the lead of the skinny 1,000 deadly blades, they headed towards Chu Mu's manor. It was quite a distance away, but with their speed, they would be able to arrive in a short time. 7 deadly blades are on the move. I have to inform the family head immediately. A figure flashed by and left quickly. Soon, 7 deadly blades all arrived at Chu Mu's manor. They directly barged in. However, Chu Mu was still practicing his sword technique. It was as if he didn't notice the arrival of the 7 people. As soon as 7 deadly blades arrived, they quickly dispersed and stood in different positions. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they just watched Chu Mu practice his sword technique. It was as if they wanted to see through the ins and outs of Chu Mu. They just watched. Chu Mu's sword technique was mainly the basic sword technique. Occasionally, he would practice the 13 meteor strikes or the moon slashing art. In the eyes of the life-reaping 7 blades, Chu Mu's sword technique was very simple and direct. Although it could be considered not bad in their eyes, this level of sword technique truly wasn't much. Compared to them, it was still a distance away, let alone compared to the young master. Several of the 7 deadly blades couldn't help but look at the skinny 1,000 deadly blades. Not long ago, he was the one who said that Chu Mu's sword technique was unfathomable. Now, it seemed that the words unfathomable had nothing to do with it. This kind of sword technique is far from being unfathomable. 1,000 deadly blades, did you see wrongly? Force Blade shouted. Maybe it contains some mystery. The one-eyed wild beauty, Lai Blade, teased. Just try it and you will know. Giant Blade, who was like a mountain of flesh, said in a low muffled voice. Set up the formation. Sky Blade said directly. He was the leader of 7 deadly blade. He was also the strongest and the most prestigious person among the 7 deadly blade. Therefore, his words were very authoritative. He believed that the skinny 1,000 deadly blades wouldn't lie. At least, he wouldn't lie to them on this kind of issue because there was no need to. Although some disagreed, the others still obeyed Sky Blade's command. They immediately moved their feet and stood in a good position. They mobilized their spirit power and quickly circulated it in their body. Under the pervasive aura, they quickly contacted and united. A little bit of light seemed to flicker from the 7 deadly blades' body. Chapter 1841. I have no intention of becoming enemies with Helian Shui. Chu Mu stopped practicing and said indifferently. His expression didn't change at all as he calmly stated a fact. That's not something you can decide. Force Blade laughed mischievously. He stretched out his hands and grasped the air. A heavy sword appeared in his hands. The body of the sword was pitch black as if it was soaked in ink. It weighed a few thousand kilograms, death reaping 7 blades. Every one of them had starlight flickering on their bodies, becoming dazzling. Their auras combined together. If one were to look down from above, they would be able to see that the 7 of them seemed to have turned into 7 shining stars. The position they were standing in also formed the shape of 7 stars. 7 stars, death-reaping battle formation. The auras of the 7 blades merged together at this moment, becoming one. They seemed to have broken through the limit of the dark star level and reached the level of the bright moon level. Chu Mu was among them. He was surrounded by the 7 stars death-reaping battle formation. 1,000 blades death. The skinny 1,000 blades attacked again. His soft arm shot out and the sharp sword in his hand pierced through the air, splitting into 1,000 blades. At the same time, the power of the 7 blades was completely used by him, causing the power of each of his sword attacks to become even more terrifying. It was enough to kill a dark star-level sword saint. 1,000 extremely sharp sword light didn't line up in a straight line. Instead, they rotated and intersected with each other, forming a killing intent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was a killing move. Borrowing the power of the 7 stars death-reaping battle formation, he combined the power of the 7 blades into one, causing the power of the killing move to increase by more than 10 times. 1,000 sword light attacked like a torrent, causing people to tremble. Chu Mu's expression didn't change. He was calm and unruffled as he swung his sword. It was as if a bright moon had risen. His heart sword was like a sword, penetrating the weak points of the 1,000 blades death-reaping battle formation. The expressions of the 7 blades changed drastically. Only now did they realize that this person's sword technique was indeed profound and unfathomable. What they saw before was just a kind of appearance. The 7 stars Death Reaper battle formation started to rotate. The 7 blades attacked continuously, attacking from different angles. Sky Blade's sword light seemed to carry the might of the heavens as it slashed down. Giant Blade's sword light was incomparably huge and could cut through rivers. Ghost Blade's sword was unpredictable and unpredictable. Force Blade's sword was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. Burning Blade's sword was blazing and fast like lightning breaking through the sky. 7 blades joined forces and displayed their strength to the fullest. In the middle of the 7 stars death-seeking battle formation, Chu Mu used his ghost dragon perplexing step. His advance and retreat were disorderly and unpredictable. He avoided 7-blade swords and used the gaps to launch a counterattack. However, this 7 stars death plundering battle formation was very mysterious. 7 blades had been immersed in the 7 stars death plundering battle formation for many years and had long mastered it. Their coordination was incomparable. Once the slightest flaw appeared, they would immediately make up for it and turn it into an opportunity to lure the enemy, thus making it easier for them to counterattack. Dense attacks of different shapes and sizes descended from all directions, and they were all aimed at Chu Mu. Their speed was extremely fast, and their frequency was extremely high. Each attack could injure a Bright Moon elite. As Chu Mu dodged and defended against 7 blades attacks, he personally sensed the mysteries of the 7 stars death-seeking battle formation and tried to find the patterns and flaws within it. Any battle formation had flaws. There was no such thing as a perfect battle formation. It was just that some battle formations were of a lower level and had simpler structures, so they had more obvious flaws. Some battle formations were of a higher level and had more complicated structures, so they had fewer flaws and were very well hidden. Aside from the level of the battle formation, it was also directly related to the person who set it up. A simple battle formation could unleash extraordinary power when set up by someone who wasn't simple. Chu Mu had put in a lot of effort into breaking battle formations, so he had some attainments in this area. With his extraordinary eyesight and heart and sword as one, it was easier for him to make a judgment call. Clearly, the 7-star life-taking battle formation wasn't a normal battle formation, and the 7 blades weren't normal cultivators. Therefore, if Chu Mu wanted to find a flaw in it, it wouldn't be an easy task. On the other hand, if the life-taking 7 blades wanted to kill or injure Chu Mu, it would be a very difficult and nearly impossible task. Powerful eyesight, outstanding intuition, heart and sword as one state, as well as ghost dragon perplexing track, Chu Mu was in an undefeatable position. It seems like 7 blades can't do anything to him. Elder Yin Xian, who was hiding outside the manor and watching the battle, said telepathically, This person does have the strength of a Bright Moon sword saint, and his movement technique is exquisite. This should be his strongest point. Elder Yang Xian nodded. If necessary, we will act and assist 7 blades to kill him in one go. While the two were talking, Chu Mu found the flaw in the 7 stars death-seeking battle formation. His sword light shot out and 13 streaks of sword light tore through the sky and shot towards 7 blades. Each of the streaks of sword light was powerful enough to threaten a Bright Moon sword saint. 14. With a deep shout, the sword light seemed to burn even brighter. However, it didn't stab towards any of 7 blades. Instead, it stabbed into the air. As the sword descended, 7 blades was unable to stop it in time. The sound of something shattering could be heard. The power that had been circulating smoothly seemed to have been cut off in an instant. 7 blades' aura fluctuated unstably. The light flickered like a candle flame, almost extinguished. Break! With a deep shout, Chu Mu struck out again. The streaks of sword light shot towards 7 blades and instantly appeared in front of them. Retreat! Skyblade, who was the leader of 7 blades, immediately realized that the 7 stars death-seeking battle formation had been broken and was in the midst of dispersing. Moreover, the sword that was piercing towards them wasn't something they could withstand. He quickly gave the order and borrowed the power of the dispersing battle formation to explode with all his strength and quickly retreat and dodge. 7 blades retreated and Chu Mu pursued. He didn't plan to become enemies with Helian Shui, so he let the skinny 1,000 blades leave. However, since Helian Shui came again with killing intent and wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to let him leave alive. Kill. Under the stimulation of the killing intent, 7 blades couldn't help but tremble. It was as if a cold wind blew past him. He had goosebumps all over his body, and a cold current spread through his tailbone. Attack! The Yin Yang elders, who were watching in the dark, also saw that the situation wasn't good. They no longer hid and transformed into two streaks of sword light. One was red in color, and the moment it struck, it was like the scorching sun, blazing and domineering. The high temperature was scorching hot, as if it was going to melt everything. The other streak was black, strange and unfathomable, gloomy and cold. It was as if it came from the underworld and descended into the mortal world, as if it was the scythe of the death god. The two streaks of sword light with different colors and auras attacked at the same time, mercilessly attacking Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu felt threatened. The ghost dragon perplexing track, his body crisscrossed and changed, disorderly and untraceable. After dodging the attacks of the two streaks of sword light, 7 blades also took the opportunity to retreat even faster. Even so, 4 of them were still affected by Chu Mu's sword light and were directly injured, bleeding profusely. "You guys retreat first." Elder Yang Xian transmitted his voice. Soon after, he cooperated with Elder Yin Xian and appeared in front of Chu Mu. They formed the Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation and blocked Chu Mu's path. Although 7 blades was very unwilling, they also understood that they had underestimated Chu Mu. He wasn't an existence that they could fight against. Not only was the 7 stars' death array broken, but if the Yin-Yang elders didn't intervene in time, the 7 of them would have been killed. Even if the Yin-Yang elders had appeared in time to save them, 4 of them would have been injured. This kind of strength was definitely at the peak of the Bright Moon realm. Even if they joined forces with the Yin-Yang elders, they might not be able to deal with him. It was better for them to recover from their injuries first. After all, the Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation laid down by the Yin-Yang elders was even more profound than the 7 stars' death array. Chu Mu was already trapped in the Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation, so they couldn't interfere at all. They could only hope that the Yin-Yang elders could kill Chu Mu. The Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation was also very profound. Under the cooperation of Yin and Yang, it formed a unique traction force. It was as if there were countless invisible ropes wrapping around Chu Mu, constantly pulling at his body. It made Chu Mu feel that his movements were restricted, and his limbs became less nimble. The Yin-Yang elders surrounded Chu Mu and attacked. The grand and blazing sword light and the cold and gloomy sword light combined directly reached the peak of the Bright Moon realm, making Chu Mu feel greatly threatened. Extending his left hand, the eternal spiritual sword appeared under the gushing spirituality. With 2 swords in hand, Chu Mu's strength multiplied. Silver godly equipment, armament. His strength multiplied once more, becoming even more powerful. The restraints on him immediately weakened significantly. The 2 swords danced, and the sword light broke through the sky like meteors. The bright moon rose into the sky, and the stars and moon intersected. The Yin-Yang elders' sword light attacks were neutralized, and Yi Chen counterattacked fiercely. The Yin-Yang elders couldn't help but be shocked. Most Bright Moon realm elites would be affected by their Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation, and their strength would be weakened by at least 30%. In other words, they would be killed by the 2 of them. However, Chu Mu was very tenacious. Not only did he withstand their attacks, but he was also able to counterattack fiercely, and they didn't dare to underestimate him. Although the Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation was more profound than the 7 stars death array, the range of the Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation was smaller. It was completely within the range of Chu Mu's heart and sword as one. Chu Mu's senses were clearer, and his attacks were more precise. He neutralized part of the binding force of the Yin-Yang dual mysterious sword formation, and he was able to find the flaws in the sword formation faster. Waning moon. With a swing of the sword, the bright moon rose into the sky. It was strong, but it weakened again. Under the light, the Yin-Yang elders' movements instantly paused. 15. With another swing of the sword, the shadow of a meteor fell from the sky. Not good. The Yin-Yang elders' scalps tingled, and a strong sense of danger surged through their bodies. Without hesitation, they broke free from the sword formation and quickly retreated. Yin Yang Heavenly Dipper! The two shouted in unison. Elder Yang Xian's body erupted with an incomparably shocking blazing red light, as if he had transformed into a blazing sun. Elder Yinxuan's body, on the other hand, was filled with a large amount of black light, as a sinister and cold aura swept out, as if he had transformed into a cold sun in the underworld. Chapter 1842. Yin and Yang converged, and the world changed colors. The blazing red and the cold black merged, forming a giant two-colored wheel that spun madly, shaking the void. The terrifying power was enough to shatter heaven and earth. Chu Mu's expression changed. The power of this move was beyond his imagination. It was beyond the limits of the bright moon realm. 6 paths sword style. There were 6 pitch-black vortexes in total, and they were arranged according to Chu Mu's will. They were distributed in front of him, resisting the cutting vibration of the yin-yang celestial wheel. The tyrannical power directly shattered the pitch-black vortexes. With a sword in front of him, it seemed to have turned into a lonely mountain peak that stood above the earth. No matter how much time had passed, it would never change. Lonely Peak forever. However, the power of the Lonely Peak forever was obviously not enough. It was only slightly weaker than the crushing force of the yin-yang celestial wheel. As the wheel of yin-yang celestial wheel rolled over, Chu Mu's body seemed to be unable to resist and was directly crushed. In fact, at the critical moment, he used the combination of the Ghost Dragon Perplexing Steps, the Ghost Dragon Shadowless Body, and the Sword Chi Shadow to dodge. Even so, Chu Mu was still slightly affected, and only felt his muscles and bones aching. The power of the wheel of yin-yang celestial wheel was only slightly weakened, and it continued to crush and wreak havoc. The entire manor shattered and collapsed, turning into dust under the terrifying power of the wheel. After the yin-yang elders jointly used the yin-yang celestial wheel, they both let out a muffled groan. Their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. Clearly, this move was not easy to use, and it was a great burden on them. Go! Without any hesitation, the yin-yang elders exploded out with their remaining power, turning into 2 different-colored sword lights as they quickly retreated, leaving the manor. The life-reaping 7 blades also moved, exploding out of the manor as quickly as they could. They realized that they had completely underestimated Chu Mu's strength, which led to this terrible outcome. The yin-yang Big Dipper wheel wreaked havoc in all directions, completely destroying the entire manor. The ground was covered with countless cracks, as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying suction force swept out from the yin-yang Big Dipper wheel, covering all directions. Everything that was broken was sucked in, and the strangulation became even more thorough. It was as if it had turned into a huge and terrifying black hole that could destroy anything. Chu Mu, who had appeared at the side, could clearly feel the terrifying suction force. It was as if an invisible rope had wrapped around his body and was pulling with all its might, trying to suck him in and kill him. This kind of powerful attack that surpassed the limits of the bright moon realm made Chu Mu feel greatly threatened. Chu Mu felt that his body seemed to be pulled over bit by bit. His expression turned solemn as he struck out with both of his swords. Streaks of sword light tore through the air like meteors falling from the sky. All of them bombarded the yin-yang Big Dipper wheel. The meteor-like sword light shattered under the yin-yang Heavenly Dipper wheel. Sword, 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 sword. Sword after sword, sword after sword, sword after sword, in the shattered manor, there seemed to be a continuous meteor shower. After using the 13 meteor strikes dozens of times, the yin-yang Heavenly Dipper wheel had reached its limit and collapsed from the inside. The terrifying power spread out and scraped up the broken ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. At this time, Reaper 7 Blades, the yin-yang elders, and the others had already left the manor and were nowhere to be found. Sweeping his gaze across the manor, he saw that it had been completely destroyed. He couldn't stay here any longer. Chu Mu strode out of the manor. He did not pursue the Yin-Yang elders, Reaper Seven Blades, and the others. It was not that he did not want to kill them, but that he had been delayed for a while and could not catch up. More importantly, the Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel that the Yin-Yang elders had used had given him a new inspiration. The Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel was a huge wheel formed by combining the power of Yin and Yang in a mysterious way. It spun at high speed and contained astonishing power, crushing everything it came into contact with. Moreover, because of its high speed, it contained an astonishing suction force that sucked in everything it came into contact with and crushed it. The power of the heavenly Yin-Yang constellation had exceeded the limits of the bright moon rank and possessed the power of the bright Yang rank. Therefore, it was extremely powerful. However, the most important thing was that its structure was extremely stable and could not be shaken by external forces. Chu Mu was interested in the stability of the Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel. If he could extract it and apply it to the Six Paths Sword style, then the Six Paths Sword style's vortex would not collapse so easily and its defensive power would be even stronger. Walking slowly, Chu Mu carefully comprehended. The Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel appeared in his spiritual world and spun continuously, as if it wanted to suck in Chu Mu's spiritual world and crush it. After carefully analyzing its structure, Chu Mu finally understood that the real mystery of the Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel was the mysterious fusion of the two opposite powers of Yin and Yang. Under the flawless fusion, it created the Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel. I don't have the two opposite powers of Yin and Yang, Chu Mu said to himself. If it was in the past, when he still grasped the power of the five elemental laws, the law of fire and the law of water were two opposite powers, similar to the power of Yin and Yang. Unfortunately, Chu Mu had already given up on the power of laws and made it disappear. What he grasped was true intent. Among the several true intents, there was no opposing true intent. For a moment, he could not think of anything. Chu Mu felt that he seemed to have walked into a wrong place. He had to rethink and grasp the key points. With his comprehension, it was not difficult to rethink it. Yin-Yang Big Dipper. Six Paths Sword style. Suddenly, a light flashed in Chu Mu's mind and he caught it instantly. I understand. His eyes lit up. The Yin-Yang Big Dipper is an offensive sword technique, while the Six Paths Sword style is a defensive sword style. The two are different. The absorption of the Yin-Yang Big Dipper is to make the destructive power more powerful. Then, the absorption of my Six Paths Sword style is to absorb and dissolve more attack. By strengthening the stability of the Six Paths Sword style, it will withstand more external forces and dissolve more attacks. Chu Mu thought about all kinds of possibilities and simulated them in his spiritual world one by one. The Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel had already dispersed and turned into a pitch-black vortex. It kept spinning and producing a suction force that absorbed and devoured everything around it. Unknowingly, he thought of the Yin-Yang Big Dipper wheel again. The high-speed rotation crushed everything and shattered everything in contact with it. Impact, shock, shock. Chu Mu felt that he vaguely grasped something. If I integrate the true meaning of shock into the Six Paths Sword style and shatter the absorbed power, will it strengthen the stability and devouring power of the Six Paths Sword style? This was a direction worth studying. Chu Mu continued to comprehend and simulated it in his spiritual world again and again. After hundreds of simulations in his spiritual world, only a dozen breaths of time had passed in the outside world. After hundreds and thousands of simulations, Chu Mu was sure that it was possible to integrate the true meaning of shock into the Six Paths Sword style. Of course, being sure was one thing, but actually integrating it was another. It wasn't that simple. However, after having a direction, it wasn't that difficult to execute it. After spending some time, Chu Mu was confident that he could strengthen the Six Paths Sword style. In a situation where I can't use my sword intent, I can use the true meaning of sword to integrate the true meaning of defense and true meaning of shock. The power of the 6 paths sword style will increase by more than 10 times. Chu Mu thought to himself. Little friend Chu. An anxious voice sounded. Shortly after, figures approached rapidly. It was Tang Tianhao and the 5 Dark Star Sword Saints from the Tang family. Tang family head. Chu Mu greeted them while continuing to deduce how to integrate the true meaning of shock into the 6 paths sword style. He then nodded at the other 5 experts. I received news that the Death Reaper 7 blades are here. Are they not here yet? Tang Tianhao asked quickly. He already left. Chu Mu faintly smiled and said. Left. Tang Tianhao and the others were surprised. After sizing up Chu Mu, they asked, did the Death Reaper 7 blades not make a move? It was rumored that if the Death Reaper 7 blades made a move together, they would usually kill someone. Previously, in the Marionette sect, they didn't take the initiative to attack. Since the Death Reaper 7 blades had come to find Chu Mu, and Chu Mu seemed to be safe and sound, Tang Tianhao and the others couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that the Death Reaper 7 blades made an exception? They made a move, but they weren't my match, so they escaped. Chu Mu said. His tone was very calm, but it contained a convincing power. Tang Tianhao and the others were shocked. The strength of the Death Reaper 7 blades was at the peak of the Dark Star level. With the 7 stars Death Reaper battle formation, they could even kill a Bright Moon Sword Saint. However, they were defeated by Chu Mu. Could it be that Chu Mu's strength wasn't at the Dark Star level, but the Bright Moon level? Moreover, he was at the peak of the Bright Moon level. Tang Tianhao and the others were even more shocked when they thought about it. Even Tang Tianhao's strength hadn't reached the peak of the Bright Moon level, but he was much older than Chu Mu. I just have some knowledge in breaking formations. Chu Mu smiled and said. Although Tang Tianhao and the others were shocked, they accepted his explanation. With the strength of the Bright Moon level, and some knowledge in breaking formations, it was indeed better for him to go against the Death Reaper 7 blades 7 stars Death Reaper battle formation and break it. After breaking the formation, the Death Reaper 7 blades strength at the peak of the Dark Star level wouldn't be able to go against a Bright Moon Sword Saint. Naturally, they would have to escape. However, no matter what, they were still shocked that someone who was at the peak of the Dark Star level had the strength of a Bright Moon Sword Saint. Tang family head, that manor has been destroyed. I have to find a new place to stay. When the ancient Saint Blood Lotus Pill is completed, inform me, and I will go to the Tang family to get it, Chu Mu said. Okay. Chapter 1843. Young Master, that Chu Mu is too strong. We are no match for him. Helian Shui was shocked when the Yin Yang elders and the life-reaping 7 blades fled back to the young master residence. Helian Shui was very clear about the abilities of the Yin Yang elders and the life-reaping 7 blades. It could be said that even Helian Shui himself would find it difficult to defeat the life-reaping 7 blades under the 7 stars life-reaping battle formation, not to mention the Yin Yang elders under the Yin Yang dual mysterious sword formation. Now, 4 of the life-reaping 7 blades were injured. Although the other 3 weren't injured, they didn't seem to be in a good condition either. As for the Yin Yang elders, who were even stronger, they seemed to be panicking. In short, they were completely different from how they usually were when they came back from outside. Helian Shui couldn't help but be shocked. A rarely seen emotion appeared in his heart. It was a kind of excitement. Chu Mu. Helian Shui's eyes seemed to flash. It was a kind of gaze that was fixed on a prey. The Yin Yang elders and the life-reaping 7 blades understood that the young master was most likely interested in Chu Mu. He was truly interested. Of course, don't be mistaken. This wasn't Long Yang's interest. It was a kind of loneliness that belonged to geniuses. It was hard to find a worthy opponent. Perhaps that Chu Mu can really be compared to the young master. The Yin Yang elders and the others couldn't help but have the same thought. The manor was completely destroyed. It was completely uninhabitable. Chu Mu had no choice but to find a new manor. Fortunately, he didn't lack sinners' hearts. Fortunately, there were many manors in Sin Yen City. It was easy to find one. Staying in the new manor, Chu Mu continued to cultivate. This time, he focused on the Six Paths sword style. He tried to integrate the true meaning of vibration into the Six Paths sword style to increase its stability and devouring ability. He had a goal and the direction was right. However, it wasn't easy to achieve it. It required time and energy. As he cultivated, Chu Mu waited for the young master's men to come again. However, after several days, the life-reaping Seven Blades and the Yin-Yang elders, who had escaped, did not appear again. It wasn't a secret that Chu Mu had moved to a new manor. If they were willing to investigate, they could easily find out where Chu Mu had moved to. The reason why they hadn't come was because they weren't confident that they could deal with Chu Mu. Since they couldn't deal with Chu Mu, they would be courting death if they came. Last time, they were able to escape because Chu Mu didn't know that the Yin-Yang elders had a trump card, Heavenly Astral Wind. This time, he would definitely be prepared and wouldn't fall for it so easily. Since Helian Shui Yi's men didn't come looking for him again, Chu Mu temporarily put it aside and worked hard to cultivate. Finally, he completely grasped the explosive increase in strength and completely turned it into his own strength. This allowed him to go one step further from his original limit. There wasn't any obvious improvement in the cultivation of his sword art. However, there was some progress in the new Six Daos sword style. As for the new sword intent, the progress was minimal. He didn't know how long it would take for it to completely transform and allow Chu Mu to use it. Being unable to use the sword intent was still insufficient for Chu Mu's overall strength. It would cause the offensive power of his sword art to drop by a level. Fortunately, he had comprehended the sword intent and could temporarily use the sword intent as the main force to control all power. However, it wasn't a long-term solution. Fortunately, it wasn't that the sword intent couldn't be used forever. It would only be for a longer period of time. He estimated that it should be able to completely transform by the time he returned to the deep blue world. Chu Mu wasn't clear about the power of the new sword intent. However, he was very confident. Just from the newly transformed sword intent, he could feel a terrifying aura that was filled with extreme destruction. This was a power that existed specifically for destruction. Time flew by and Chu Mu continued to improve. Today, Tang Tianhao sent someone to invite Chu Mu to the Tang family. Tang family head, has the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir been refined? Chu Mu asked. It has been refined, Tang Tianhao replied. However, his expression didn't look too good. It was as if something was bothering him. But, did something happen? Seeing Tang Tianhao's expression, Chu Mu had some guesses in his heart. However, he wasn't sure. Hence he asked, something has indeed happened. Tang Tianhao looked at Chu Mu apologetically. I'm very sorry, little friend Chu. The ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir has been refined. 24 Black Blood Lotus elixirs were refined. A total of 20 ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixirs were refined. However, they were taken away by the people of the young lord residence. Although he had some guesses, Chu Mu was still a little surprised when he heard about it. The young lord is very famous in Sin City. Even Saint Master Chongqing can't go against him, Tang Tianhao said. Saint Master Chongqing was indeed very important in Sin City. For someone like Tang Tianhao, if he hadn't used that favor, it wouldn't have been so easy to ask Saint Master Chongqing to refine elixirs for him. However, there was always a limit to everything. In Sin City, the young lord's status was obviously higher than Saint Master Chongqing's. This made Chu Mu realize that Helian Shui's prestige in Sin Yen City was beyond his imagination. However, the ancient sacred blood lotus pill was, strictly speaking, something that belonged to him. Without his consent, Helian Shui had taken it away. This wasn't something he could allow. I understand. Chu Mu nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Tang family head. Little friend Chu, although you are powerful, The young lord is not weak either. It's not good to have a conflict with the young lord residents in Sin City. Tang Tianhao was afraid that Chu Mu would be enraged by the theft of the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir and attack the young lord residents. Don't worry, Tang family head. Chu Mu smiled. I will leave first. Perhaps after a while, I will leave Sin City and return to the 5 great cities. Today, I will take my leave. With that, Chu Mu turned and left. Tang Tianhao didn't ask him to stay. Ever since he knew that Chu Mu had defeated the life-reaping 7 blades, he had let go of his previous thoughts. A person like Chu Mu wasn't someone the Tang family could accept. It was hard to raise a dragon in a shallow pond. Chu Mu's footsteps were quick. He didn't leave Sin City immediately, nor did he return to his own manor. Instead, he headed in the direction of the young lord residence. The young lord residence was in Sin City, and it wasn't a secret place. Many people knew about it. However, to most people, the young lord residence was like a forbidden place. At this moment, Chu Mu was heading towards the forbidden place in most people's hearts. He was moving at an extremely fast speed. As expected of the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir. Just by smelling it, my blood flow is agitated and my body is filled with energy. An elixir floated in front of Helian Shui. This elixir was about the size of a longan fruit. It was very round and had a bright blood-red color. It looked very beautiful and emitted a faint fragrance. It was a fragrance that carried the scent of blood. It was very pleasant to the nose. This was the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir. It used the lotus seeds of the black blood lotus as the main ingredient. It was supplemented with various precious spiritual medicines that could strengthen one's blood flow and strengthen one's body. After being refined by a saint alchemist for hundreds of days, it was an extremely high-grade elixir. Although Helian Shui also cultivated both the sage body and origin energy, his sage body was only at the late stage of the 6th grade. As the young lord of Sin Yen City, Helian Shui naturally had access to many cultivation resources. However, the Sin Yen City Lord Manor was not outstanding in terms of cultivation of the path of the sage body. Therefore, Helian Shui's cultivation of the path of the sage body was far inferior to that of the path of the origin power. The cultivation of the path of the divine body was much more difficult than the path of Yuan power. Furthermore, it required more resources than the path of Yuan power. Given the power of the Sin Yen City Lord Mansion, it wouldn't be easy to obtain more and better resources for the path of the divine body. This was why the primeval Saint Blood Lotus elixir was so important. When Helian Shui's sage body rose from the late stage of the 6th grade to the early stage of the 7th grade, the 20 ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixirs would be of use. After completely refining them, his sage body could reach the peak of the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. If he had a level 8 saint body and an Aeonic peak 9th heavenly layer cultivation, Helian Shui was confident that he would definitely become the strongest sword saint of the Bright Yang grade. He would become the number 1 expert in Sin Yen City, and no one would be able to compete with him. Of course, this wasn't his goal. He wanted to surpass the saint grade and become an existence that was even stronger than the saint grade. This time, he had snatched the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir from Chongqing for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was for his own future cultivation. Secondly, it was for Chu Mu. After learning that Chu Mu had defeated the life-reaping 7 blades and the Yin-Yang elders, Helian Shui had become very interested in Chu Mu. His desire to battle grew stronger as time passed. Therefore, he had been waiting for Chu Mu's arrival in the young lord residence. With a thought, the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir that was floating in the air fell into the jade bottle and was kept by Helian Shui. You will come, right? Helian Shui looked ahead and muttered to himself, as if he was waiting for something. In the depths of his eyes, traces of light flickered. That was a kind of excitement, a kind of agitation. Helian Shui was sitting in the main hall of the young lord residence. At this moment, The yin-yang elders and the life-reaping seven blades were standing guard outside the main hall. Each of them had a serious look on their faces, as if they were waiting for something. Time passed slowly. A figure walked in from outside the open door. When they saw the figure, the yin-yang elders and the life-reaping seven blades' expressions changed slightly. Their breathing also changed. He's here. He's finally here. The person that the young lord was waiting for, the person who had defeated them not long ago and left a deep impression in their hearts, had finally arrived. That's right. Chu-mu had arrived. Furthermore, he had directly entered the young lord residence. Surprisingly, there didn't seem to be any ambush in the young lord residence. However, from the looks of it, they had already predicted his arrival and had made preparations to welcome him. Where's Helian Shui? After entering the young lord residence, Chu-mu saw the life-reaping seven blades and the yin-yang elders. He glanced at them and said unhurriedly, "Ask him to return the ancient Saint Blood Lotus elixir that belongs to me. Speaking of which, it's actually my birthday today. It's the same day as the great ladies. I'm deeply honored." Chapter 1844. The young master isn't someone you can meet just because you want to, Elder Yang Xian sneered. If you want to meet the young master, you have to defeat us first, Tianrin of the death-reaping seven blades growled. 7-star life taking battle formation and yin-yang dual mysterious sword formation. 2 mysterious formations were instantly set up and vaguely occupied 2 sides, as if they were about to surround Chu-mu. "You guys can't stop me," Chu-mu said calmly. His calm tone told an unquestionable truth. Yes, the death-reaping seven blades and the yin-yang elders who had been defeated by Chu-mu and fled pathetically couldn't stop Chu-mu because they weren't a match for Chu-mu. Although this was a fact, when the words came out of Chu-mu's mouth, the yin-yang elders and the death-reaping seven blades were shocked and furious. "Don't be arrogant. This is the young master's residence." Gui Ren's voice was sharp and fleeting. "I let you escape last time. This time, none of you will be able to escape." Chu-mu's tone was still calm, but it made the death-reaping seven blades and the yin-yang elders shiver. It was as if a murderous intent had invaded their bodies and was wreaking havoc. "All right, all of you can leave now." A voice came from the hall, like a cold wind blowing past. "Yes, young master." The yin-yang elders and the death-reaping seven blades retreated. Helian Shui walked out from the hall. He was wearing an exquisite white robe that was like snow on his body, emitting traces of coldness. Helian Shui appeared in front of Chu-mu like a noble young master. His appearance and temperament were enough to make many women scream and go crazy. Chu-mu was a man and his sexual orientation was normal. Therefore, he didn't feel anything. "The ancient sacred blood lotus elixir is in my hands." Helian Shui's cold eyes landed on Chu-mu's face. A slight smile seemed to hang at the corner of his mouth. "Defeat me and the ancient sacred blood lotus elixir is yours. Who allowed you to use something that belongs to me as a wager?" Chu-mu's eyes were filled with coldness, and traces of killing intent lingered within them. The ancient sage blood lotus pill was something that belonged to him, but it had been taken away by someone else without his knowledge. This had already aroused the killing intent in Chu-mu's heart. "They were obtained by me, so they're mine." Helian Shui smiled, not caring in the slightest about the dense killing intent in Chu-mu's eyes. Chu-mu did not refute because there was no need to. His 10 fingers moved slightly, and the eternal spiritual sword and the blazing glory spiritual sword appeared at the same time. With the 2 swords in his hands, his aura spread out and mixed with his killing intent, turning into a formless yet terrifying storm. It pierced through the void and descended upon Helian Shui. At the same time, Helian Shui also made a counterattack. A tyrannical aura gushed out from his body like cold air spreading in all directions. Helian Shui put his palms together, then bent his right hand as if he was holding on to something. His left and right hands slowly separated, and a snow-white cold air spread out between his palms. When his left and right hands were completely separated, a snow-white cold air was held in Helian Shui's right hand. Through the cold air, Chu Mu saw the sword body that was emitting cold light and chilling intent. Cold Snow Spiritual Sword. Its aura fluctuation was that of a low-grade spiritual sword. However, the shocking chilling intent was comparable to a mid-grade spiritual sword. It was obviously an extraordinary low-grade spiritual sword. Its quality was comparable to Chu Mu's eternal spiritual sword. With the spiritual sword in hand, Helian Shui's aura became increasingly cold. The air around him froze, turning into ice particles that floated in the air. They were like stardust that revolved around Helian Shui's body. The sword body trembled slightly, and the chilling sword light instantly broke through the air like a rainstorm. It was densely packed and covered all directions. It seemed to have sealed off all space, making it impossible for Chu Mu to dodge. Turning the impossible into the possible, Chu Mu's figure turned illusory as he shuttled between the chilling sword light. He quickly closed in on Helian Shui and attacked. The 13 meteor strikes were endless, like a meteor shower. One was the young master of Sin City's City Lord Manor, the future successor of the City Lord. He was a monstrous genius with the strength of a sword saint at the pinnacle of the Bright Moon realm. In Sin City, he had unparalleled prestige. The other was from the 5 great cities, the unparalleled sword star Chu Mu, who was known as the leader of the 7 great stars. Before that, no matter where he went, he was worthy of being called a genius and a monstrous genius. The Yin-Yang elders and the life-reaping 7 blades all retreated far away. They also activated the seals in the surroundings to prevent their battle from destroying the young master manor. They were very clear about the young master's strength. In fact, they didn't know much about Chu Mu's strength. They were only certain that he was very strong. Perhaps he was strong enough to compete with the young master. Of course, in their hearts, they still felt that the young master was stronger and could definitely defeat Chu Mu. Once the two sides came into contact, they immediately launched an extremely fast attack. Chu Mu's sword attack was extremely fast, and so was Helian Shui's sword attack. The two swords were endless, and each attack was like a meteor that pierced through the air. Helian Shui's sword was extremely fast. It was like streaks of snow-white cold light that emitted a shocking chill. The surrounding air seemed to be frozen, and the temperature dropped as he attacked. A white, icy fog filled the surroundings. It was as if snowflakes were falling from the sky, but they instantly dissipated into nothingness. It was very beautiful. Even though Helian Shui's sword attack speed was shocking, it had a very unique charm, like falling snow. Chu Mu was proficient in close combat, and Helian Shui obviously had unique attainments in close combat as well. Fighting speed with speed, defeating speed with speed. Both sides realized that the other party's sword attack speed was shocking. Furthermore, the other party's movement speed in a small area was extremely fast, and his reaction speed was even faster than others. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Gradually, Chu Mu felt traces of coldness invading his body. It seemed to be affecting his blood flow and the vibration of his muscles. The sword technique that Helian Shui was using was an inherited level sword technique called the Snow Domain Sword Technique. In terms of the power of this sword technique, there wasn't anything special about it. However, when the full set of the Snow Domain Sword Technique was used, a snow domain would gradually form in the surroundings. This snow domain wasn't a domain like the sword realm. Instead, it was a similar type of domain created by sword technique. Naturally, its power couldn't be compared to the sword realm, but it could affect the opponent to a certain extent. For example, in the snow domain, the coldness was strong enough to affect one's blood flow and muscle movement, causing one's reaction speed to decrease. One's strength and speed would also be affected, which would then affect one's overall strength. Helian Shui had already cultivated the Snow Domain Sword Technique to the extreme. He had also made appropriate modifications to make it a sword technique that was more suitable for himself. In normal battles, He would first use the snow domain sword technique against his enemies. Usually, his enemies would be weakened by the snow domain created by the snow domain sword technique, and they wouldn't be a match for Helian Shui. This time, when he was fighting with Chu Mu, he still used the snow domain sword technique first, successfully creating a snow domain that surrounded Chu Mu. This caused Chu Mu's blood and muscles to be affected, which then started to affect his ability to unleash his strength. However, his opponent was Chu Mu. With a thought, his blood instantly flowed faster and became hot. Chu Mu had once absorbed the pure Yang Qi in the profound Yang Palace to undergo nirvana. This caused his body to become a pure Yang body, which had an extremely strong resistance to coldness. As his blood flowed faster, the coldness that had invaded his body was immediately dispersed, and he returned to normal. The current Chu Mu wasn't at the bright Yang realm yet. Hence, he was considered an extreme bright moon realm cultivator. However, he was definitely much stronger than an ordinary extreme bright moon realm cultivator. Helian Shui was about the same. He could use sword intent, and his sword intent was also a type of elemental sword intent. The icy snow sword intent. The icy snow sword intent complemented his icy snow spirit sword, and its power was increased by at least 30%. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Meeting a worthy opponent would undoubtedly make one more excited, especially Helian Shui. Within the boundaries of Sin City, among the younger generation, he was the undisputed number one. He was the strongest. Even the majority of the older generation experts weren't his match. Simply put, within the current Sin City, only his master, the City Lord of Sin City, was stronger than him. Other than him, there wasn't a second person. Perhaps there were some bright young realm sword saints who had been in seclusion for many years who were stronger than him. However, those people were extremely rare. It was unknown if there were two of them. Moreover, they had been in seclusion for many years, and there was no news of them. No matter what, Helian Shui could be considered the second strongest cultivator in Sin Yen City. Therefore, it was lonely at the top. Perhaps there were a few experts from the older generation. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they could still contend against him. However, the older generation was still the older generation. Now, Chu Mu's appearance and the strength he displayed caused Helian Shui to become excited and excited. This was an opponent, an extremely good opponent. He directly unleashed 120% of his strength. The snow domain sword technique was even stronger and more mysterious. Even so, he still couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. Chu Mu's two swords blocked all of Helian Shui's attacks and counterattacked fiercely. The sword techniques that Chu Mu used were the 13 meteor strikes and the moon slashing art. Of course, because of his repeated breakthroughs, the 13 meteor strikes and the moon slashing art had long been upgraded from second-rate sword techniques to inherited sword technique. They weren't inferior to the snow domain sword technique. Moreover, because these two sword techniques were personally upgraded by Chu Mu from second-rate sword techniques, they were more or less self-created sword technique. They were almost 100% compatible with him, and their power was unleashed to the extreme. The Yin-Yang Elders, the life-reaping Seven Blades, and the others who were watching from afar were all stunned. With their strength, it was actually very difficult for them to grasp the sword light of the two parties. This meant that if any of them were to go up, they would be defeated or even killed in one strike. Under the incomparably fast battle between the two parties, the ground was affected by the sword qi. Streaks of scars were cut open, and each of them emitted a shocking sharpness. The battle became more and more intense.